Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. This is an open Q&A. I just thought it's been a little while, I think, since we've had completely open ones, so this is a chance to air any questions you've got across any of the things that we cover on this channel. We will obviously be dotting around a little bit for this from one fandom to another fandom, but very broadly I will try and start with A Song of Ice and Fire. We've got quite a few questions there. Then we've got some Lord of the Rings questions, then we've got some Rings of Power questions, then a few other things afterwards. So that's the basic plan. I'll try and pick up as much as I can from the chat as we are going through. And also, I kind of teased last week that I would say this time what the plans are for this channel, IDG Live, going forward through the year. I will talk about that halfway-ish through the stream, so have a look at that when that one comes up. Okay, so why don't we just get straight into it? I've got a whole load of questions from my patrons here. Let's start with one from Ranabir Mitra saying, "Salutations, Robert and Dan the dog. I hope you're keeping well." We are, thank you very much. In your series about Winterfell, which is the video series that I've been working my way through over the last few weeks, am I correct in understanding that based on your evidence and working hypothesis, the Heart of Winter is supposed to be Winterfell or the crypts itself? If so, then when Bran saw this place in his visions in the Game of Thrones, why couldn't he recognize the place? Is it because he saw the section of crypts which are broken down and inaccessible? No is the short answer. I don't think that, but it's sort of. Let me explain. So, for those who don't know what the Heart of Winter is, way back in Book 1, when Bran he's in his coma and he gets all of these visions, and in one of them he gets shown around the Seven Kingdoms. He goes to the south, he goes to the east, west, and then he heads far north. And when he heads far north, he goes past the wall and he goes north and he goes north and he goes north. And eventually he gets to what is called the Heart of Winter, at which point we cut out, and what he sees there scares him. The clear implication is this is the others, and this is why he needs to be training to be a tree wizard, and that's kind of like part of the kickstart for his whole character arc. The Heart of Winter is where the others are coming from, and it's way to the north. Now, one of the things that I've explored a little bit in this series of videos, working through Winterfell, particularly the crypts of Winterfell, lots of the kind of the imagery that we're getting there, lots of the language George R. R. Martin is using, and what this might imply for the future of the story. One of the things I've been working through is the way that he does seem to echo this idea of the Heart of Winter with the Heart of Winterfell. Now, he does this twice. The one time is when you get Jon is offered by Stannis to release him from his Night's Watch vows and make him Lord of Winterfell. And Jon thinks about it. He does seriously engage his mind in this as a possibility. And Melisandre just kind of pipes up and says, "Oh, yes, and what you'll need to do is burn down that weirwood tree in Winterfell." And Jon thinks it's actually not his. It's actually not even the Starks. Winterfell belongs to that weirwood tree. That's his kind of chain of thought. And he calls it the Heart of Winterfell. Now, that's, I think, a nice little play for on this idea of the Heart of Winter and the Heart of Winterfell. And what we've been looking at through that series is how Winterfell is set up as being a place of opposition to the others. We've got the crypts, which are there, which are set up to be building this kind of standing army of statues, sitting army of statues, of the long dead Starks, and they are there to be opposing the others when they come again. That's the kind of the big picture. So you've got the Heart of Winter, the Heart of Winterfell. Then you get this other time when the heart of Winterfell is used. And this is long after Bran and Rickon have left Winterfell. And we know there must always be a Stark in Winterfell, but the Starks have now left. And what happens to Winterfell when the Starks go? Well, in Bran's words, it breaks. Winterfell is broken. And what that looks like, from all the evidence, is that winter descends on Winterfell. And this is not just like a little bit of snow. This is so significant that we're talking massive snowdrifts that you can barely see your hand out in front of you outstretched in front of you outside because the snow is falling so heavily. They can't even find the entrance to the crypts because it's all snowed in. 6 of the 7 gates to Winterfell have frozen shut and they can't get them open. And then finally, when Theon is escaping with fake Arya, we read that. We read this. They were in the heart of Winterfell, with the castle all around them, but no sign of it could be seen. They might have easily been lost amidst the land of always winter, 1,000 leagues beyond the wall. So George R. R. Martin there is specifically linking this concept of the heart of Winterfell with the land of always winter. And it's almost as if when Winterfell breaks, then its role as being an opposite to the heart of winter has also broken. And it is now like it. It is like they were in the land of always winter, 1,000 leagues beyond the wall. So that, I think, is what George R. R. Martin here is doing with this idea of the heart of winter. Linguistically, there are many other layers to this, but I think that's what he's doing linguistically. Now, the hope for this story is that Bran is very clear when he leaves Winterfell. He is very clear. Winterfell is not dead; it's just broken. And that means that you can fix it. So Winterfell can once again become this opposing force to the heart of winter as the heart of Winterfell. And the proof of that is that there are 2 places within Winterfell where this a huge winter has not affected. The first is actually around the weirwood tree. That's where the wedding of Ramsay and fake Arya takes place, and it feels, if you read the passage, it feels kind of otherworldly. It feels that the old gods are watching on. The ravens are there. The weirwood tree is there. It feels like the underworld, the way that it's described, but it's not covered in snow because of the hot springs. And then the other place is in the crypts themselves. Once they manage to dig their way in and they go down, Theon says it's warm here. No, not warm, he says. It's just warmer than it was up. It always used to be cold. You go down to the crypts, everyone thought, oh, it's cold down in the crypts. But now compared to above ground, it is warm. It feels warm. So that's the temperature there is staying the same in the crypt. So those 2 places are staying alive while the rest of Winterfell is broken. Roman Lakovets, thank you for the super chat, saying A Song of Ice and Fire is sometimes called fantasy for people who don't like fantasy. Would you agree with that description? I mean, I can understand where that's coming from. I think it is fantasy for people who do like fantasy as well. It's well written in a literary way that allows it to be accessible for people who aren't wishing to engage in all of the tropes of fantasy fiction, in the same way that Lord of the Rings is that it's accessible to a wider audience. So I understand that completely, but I think that also allows the people who do like fantasy, like me, and I suspect most people watching this, it allows us extra layers of depth. So I sort of I understand the point. But I would sort of add to it. I think it's accessible to a lot of people, and that was shown through the TV show, where people who didn't generally watch fantasy stuff would watch the TV show, and the entry point for that is, as we've said many times, book one feels like a low fantasy story. It feels like just sort of a slightly alternative medieval world to most non-fantasy people, other than the prologue with the others, the last bit of the last chapter with dragons being born, and that one middling chapter with Bran and his visions. Other than that, there's not really much magic. This is a politics, medieval politics kind of world that we're in. Each book ramps up the magic another notch, which just, as an aside, means that I think that we need to be looking forward to, in the next two books, the magic will go up extra notches. Things that we weren't even thinking about will be included as magical stuff going on. Chaos Ballerina. Oh, yes, this was a question from last week. And what I always try to do on this channel is, if I don't have an immediate answer to something, I will try and come back to it rather than just sort of give you a waffly answer there on the spot. I will try and come back to it next week once I've had a chance to have a think about it. But this question was, do you think House Sunglass will be important going forward? A very religious house with a lord burned by Selyse and now residing in Volantis. Will they ally with Fagon or Danny to help them take over Dragonstone and the Crownlands? Okay, so House Sunglass, they're a blink and you miss them house, so do not worry if you do not know them. When I say they're a blink and you miss them kind of house, they are House Sunglass of Sweetport Sound, and we don't even know where Sweetport Sound is. Somewhere in the Crownlands, but we're never told exactly. It doesn't appear on any of the official maps. And we only ever hear of two members of House Sunglass, one of whom is unnamed. So they don't play a huge role in this. The role that they do play is you get the Lord Dunbar, who he rallies to Stannis when Stannis declares himself, and he is on Stannis' side until Melisandre starts taking over, and when we get the statues of the Seven being burned, he then objects because they are very religious, this house. In fact, we read that he brought 3 ships with him, and the names were Caius and I can't remember the other. They all began with P, but they were even the ships, even their boats, were named in the holy way. Their sigil is 7 golden stars, like the faith of the Seven, and they're clearly a very faithful house. And so Lord Guncar gets imprisoned, and eventually he gets killed for opposing Melisandre and opposing the Red God. At which point his successor, who appears to be his brother, unnamed brother, we read, then escapes off to Volantis, which is an interesting place to escape off to, it has to be said, particularly for somebody who presumably shares his brother's strict faith. We're not told why. Will they play an important role? I suspect not an important or big role. We don't get the impression that he sort of fled off there with vast riches or armies from his house. It's just him and probably his small family unit and a few other people around. Why Volantis? Again, it's not 100% clear, but maybe they might tie themselves in with one of the two coming across. Now, the most likely, I think, by quite a long way, is Fagon. I say the most likely by quite a long way, because Fagon will be trying to present himself as a very Westerosi option. Yes, he's Targaryen, he claims, and yes, he's got all of that background to him, but he's been trained up by a member of the Faith of the Seven, a Scepter, and he knows all the prayers and the rules and all of this kind of stuff. So, and as far as we can tell, he seems to be a reasonably good person. So, and not bought into the Red God in any way, shape, or form. So he kind of fits in with what you might expect from house like Sunglass. Danny, however, will, when she comes over, she is going to be coming over feeling to Westerosi people very much like a foreign invader. She's personally never set foot on Westeros mainland. And she'll be coming with Unsullied. She'll be coming with Dothraki. She'll be coming with some sellsword companies from Essos. She's not going to feel like, and very probably quite a lot of people as representatives of the Faith of R'hllor. So it's entirely possible that House Sunglass will reappear and support Fagon, but I don't think in a big role. They didn't have a huge role before in the first few books. I don't think they'll have a big role. They might get a mention or two. Gideon saying, what is so special about Bran that Bloodraven chose him? Does he especially have some unharnessed power the other Starks don't, and how did Bloodraven discover it? Well, it's a good question. I think the answer is that yes, he is very powerful, a very powerful Greenseer. The clues or the hints are that the way that Bloodraven kind of cast out the net looking for Bran was sort of meeting him in his dreams and giving him this kind of pep talk about you need to fly, flying here being a metaphor for magic, or if you don't fly, then you're just going to hit the floor. And the hints are that he's done this not just with Bran, but to various other people. And as Bran, in his dream, in his vision, he's coming down, falling down towards the ground, he sees lots of others who've not flown. And then Euron, complete rabbit hole if you wish to go down that, Euron offhandedly talks about, as well as him having this very kind of strong connection, Euron One Eye, connection off with Bloodraven. He is the one-eyed crow. And he does talk about flying, which does make you wonder whether he also had this same dream. But that's the kind of the implication, is that Bloodraven cast his net quite wide and then focused in on the people who had this magical capability. There is a theory that perhaps someone like Rickon might have been even more powerful, but there is no doubt that Bran himself is a powerful Greenseer. He, without any training, not only has learned how to skin change walk into summer, but also into Hodor, which is an extra level of difficulty up, and straight away was learning how to go back in time through the Weirwood network and see visions through the Weirwood network. He's a natural. He is incredibly powerful. And even when he's just sat there in Bloodraven's cave just hanging around, we read that he sometimes is there as Bran, sometimes he's out as Summer, sometimes he goes off in one of the birds, sometimes he's as Hodor. He's just like moving between these different skin-changing vessels, as he probably sees them, without even thinking about it. He is hugely powerful. And a question from James Boris. As rich of a world as Martin has created, we are hitting the point where we've exhausted the exploration of evidence-grounded theories. The last unknowns seem to break down to Trump. Um, so, yeah, I mean, let's not pretend that we're eagerly awaiting the next book for some extra information. What to take a slightly bigger picture, what I think has been very good is that even though we're waiting for the next books, we have had a drip of additional things happening, which have given us extra stuff to talk about. We obviously had the World of Ice and Fire, we've had Fire and Blood, we've had House of the Dragon TV show, including a few morsels from things that George R. R. Martin has himself kind of endorsed within that and clarified that he wasn't as keen on. And we will be getting things like the stage play, apparently, this year. So there is a lot of extra information we've got. I would agree that what we've got is, as a community, we largely coalescing around what we think is the truth of what's going on. For example, the classic R+L equals J, Rhaegar and Lyanna are the parents of Jon. That 20 years ago, that was just a theory. Now it's just the evidence has racked up that it's just everyone, not 95 to 99% of the Song of Ice and Fire fandom accept that as, yeah, pretty much that's it. I would kind of nuance this to say that I think a lot of people have got agreement on sort of what happens next-ish in the story, but because George R. R. Martin is a Gardner writer and he has taken a very long time, and he keeps on emphasizing how this is different to the TV show, I think we do have to accept that the further into the future of the books we get, the bigger the changes will be potentially from what we think of as being the path we would take. Hope that makes sense. Let's go to a question from Per Marcus Rissman saying, "Hi Robert, and may the 7 who are one bless you." Thank you very much. In my opinion, Lord Commander Jon broke his oath and kind of got what he deserved. A lot of people in the fandom defend him, though, by saying his hand was forced and he didn't have a choice, as well as defending his choice as the morally correct one. I would love to hear your opinion about this. Yes, so I think George R. R. Martin definitely shows that there are choices here. This isn't that Jon had no choice. He could have chosen to stay at the wall. He could have chosen not to let the wildlings through. He could have chosen lots of different things. His story is the result of the choices that he makes. So the idea that he's backed into the corner and couldn't do anything, I personally don't go with. Jon has a lot more volition than that as a character within this story. As for the simple point with the Night's Watch, yes, he was. If you just take it at face value, he was breaking his oath or announcing his intention to break his oath. Let's put it that way. He announced his intention to get involved in politics of the Seven Kingdoms, to abandon the wall, stop looking to the north, head to the south. All of this kind of thing is breaking, and he's the Lord Commander. He let through wildlings and basically said, "Hey, you can take control of these parts of the wall." So somebody who'd been in the Watch all or most of their life, yeah, this is pretty radical stuff that Jon's doing. And on a very plain text reading, you can say, yeah, he broke his vows. The thing that I like, which George R. R. Martin, I think, is deliberately playing with, is that if you then look at the Night's Watch vows, though, you can argue technically that he's not. Because he hadn't, although he announced his intention to sort of head south, he didn't actually do it. He swore to live and die at his post, and he was at his post when he died. Yes, he might have had the affair with Ygritte, but the vow was to take no wife and have no children, which technically he did. So there's a lot of kind of technicalities here, and I don't think George R. R. Martin is wanting this to, or wanting us to treat this as a clear-cut, morally black and white choice. He likes the heart at conflict with itself. He likes the idea that Jon has decided to do this, and some people might think that that makes sense, and other people might disagree. You might do different things there. So that's my take, is that this isn't a black and white issue. Northern Tommy, is Carl the Thrall a thrall that got promoted to being a raider, or is he just a thrall? Seems strange. A regular servant would have a title. I don't know if we know that. I mean, my instinct is the latter, but this is one of those ones, like I said a little bit earlier with the cast ballerina question. I've not really thought about that before. I suspect there might be some deep cuts if we go into it to try and find it. I will come back to that next week if I think that I've got a better answer on it. So I hope that one's good. Martin S saying hi, Robert. Hope all is well. You've got a Lord of the Rings question here. I'll do most of the Lord of the Rings questions in the second half of the show, but I'm happy to answer this one quickly now. How does Galadriel's ability or power to cleanse, as it were, Dol Guldur after Sauron's downfall work? Well, the unhelpful answer is Tolkien has a very low, soft, loose magic system. He deliberately doesn't want to explain exactly how it works, and Galadriel herself doesn't view what she does as magic per se. She has that fantastic conversation with Sam, and Sam's like, "Is this magic?" And she's like, "Well, I suppose you might call it that, but this is." But the implication is this is just working, doing what she does, and working with nature. How? I mean, as a kind of a best guess, how does it work? Well, first of all, getting rid of all of the evil influences. I don't think we need to shy away from this. They would have killed all the orcs, including all the baby orcs in their cradles. I've done a whole video on that if you're interested. They got rid of all of them. Any of the spiders, any other nasties that were there in Mirkwood, they will have all gone. I imagine they will have got rid of Dol Guldur, which, as a fortress, was there, used by Sauron for so long. And I suspect also replanted good things, if that makes sense, in the same kind of feel I get that she gave Sam a little box, and he put like little bits of dust and dirt and the acorn dotted around the Shire, which helped it grow back very quickly into the lush, wonderful place it was after it had been brutalized, really, by Sharky's ruffians. I imagine it's that same kind of feel that we've got going on. And blessed it, I think, is probably the short way of saying it. Tolkien doesn't go into details. It's not like she did A, B, and C, and the outcomes were D, E, and F. Cleansing it, I think, is very much the feel. It's cleaning it. It's returning it from being Mirkwood to Greenwood the Great. Okay, we've got a question from Stephanie Lash saying, "Hi Robert, another question regarding Bran. Do you think his fall and injury has made Bran's powers even more potent, in the same way as a blind or deaf person may develop their retained senses to a greater degree?" Yeah, possibly. There's certainly, I think, an argument that with Arya, for example, she has had no training in skin changing, and was basically skin changing in her dreams, in her sleep, into Nymeria, but then not at all during the daytime. When she lost her sight, that's when we see her start to be able to skin change into cats as a way around that, so that she could still see things. And so this, I think it's not so much a because you don't have the ability to do something, that means that naturally other things get better. It kind of will prompt it. So Bran not being able to spend all his time practicing the things that he otherwise might have done, riding, swordplay, things like that, has meant that he has spent a lot of his time doing the things that help him be a good greenseer. So he still wants to practice with his sword, but the way he now does that is he walks into Hodor and gets Hodor to swing his sword around. That's the kind of feel that we've got going on here, is that because of his new situation, he has more opportunities and he's more drivers to access his skills and talents. David Kuto saying, love your lives, and this is my first one. Oh, well, welcome. It's great to see you. Can you explain where the clues are that Jon Snow is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son? Yes. I mean, I say yes. I did a video on this ages ago. I think I've taken it down. I will some point put it back up again. Where I did something like all the clues that Jon is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son, and it was a very long video because there is a lot. At a very high level, you get a lot of the symbolic things. Jon is very, very regularly described as being or connected to the Ice Dragon, which is a star in the sky. Obviously, Ice, Stark, Dragon, Targaryen. Also Dragonglass, again, frozen fire, ice and fire together. So you get that kind of linguistic stuff going on there. We also get a whole load of fun things. Like you get when Robert Baratheon really early on arrives up in Winterfell, and he's talking about they've never seen kings here, and they're joking and saying, well, where do you keep them? Snow, Jon, Snow, Ned, Snow. And it's just like King and Snow, Jon Snow. So there's a lot of that kind of quite fun stuff. Then you get to the crux of what actually happened. And I did a whole series, which I am putting up this year, probably back again, the Robert's Rebellion playlist, of how this all just fits in together with Rhaegar and Lyanna. And a lot of that is the tourney at Harrenhal and how Rhaegar and Lyanna might have met to start with. Then you get the whole business of Ned and who... when he's trying to take... he arrives back with a baby, and everyone's like, that son, he says, oh, this is my bastard son. Whose is it? And he refuses to say, and it's just like, this is completely out of character for him. Everybody accepts that this is completely out of character for him. And yet here he is, pretending that he is, and he often calls him my blood, not my son, and things like that. There's so many of these little things sort of just dropped through. There's a lot of imagery about him connected with Lyanna, about, so for example, we get Danny in the House of the Undying. She sees a vision of the wall, and there's a blue rose there. That's symbolic of Lyanna because she loved the blue roses at the wall. Who's at the wall? Jon. We cut to him. We get so much of this. And then you add in the Bloodraven clearly thinks that he is Azor Ahai reborn, which is the prince that was promised. Why would he think that he's the prince that was promised unless he's a Targaryen? So you get many, many layers of this. I think I'll just put the video back up again because it's it's not that, and we should probably say, and this is why there is the 1%, 5% of Song of Ice and Fire community who are still holding out that perhaps this isn't the case. It's not that we get like a line in there that you may or may not have read that says, oh, and by the way, Jon is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son. It's just that everything fits. And none of the other possibilities for who Jon's parents are do work. So if it doesn't, then George R. R. Martin's got a huge amount of explaining to do. Added to which, it's probably worth saying that the people who George R. R. Martin has talked to about this, the showrunners, they went with that. The people that George R. R. Martin has worked on in creating his world, being Elio and Linda from the World of Ice and Fire, they are 100% convinced of this. So it's not just me or us, it's actually the people who are closest to him are most convinced. Roman Lakovets, given how close Rhaegar was to House Dane, couldn't he have taken Lyanna to Starfall instead of stopping at the Tower of Joy? Yes, theoretically, but I think there's a couple of issues. Why not? The first is we don't know exactly when they arrived at the Tower of Joy, and it's entirely possible that they got as far as they were, and then a heavily pregnant Lyanna says, I'm not going through that mountainous pass. Which is entirely reasonable if she is at that point 7 months pregnant and she knows that it will be another few weeks of traveling through a mountainous pass, and there is this very nice little tower over here that she could set up base in, then that makes absolute sense to me. Added to which, yes, he was very close to House Dane. They could have gone there. However, that would have been calling all of the Inquisition down onto House Dane. And if he cared about them, then he might not have wished to do that. The third thing, which I don't think we know the details of yet, but it seems quite clear, he's in a rush. And because he thinks that the prophecies are about to come true. As far as we can tell, he heads off in the middle of winter to go to get Lyanna. We get the full spring, and then winter hits. And we know now, assuming the detail of this is the same as what came from George R. R. Martin, that the vision that is passed down through the Targaryens is of the terror that comes from the north through the winter. And then suddenly we get this unexpected... They won't have thought about this as the year of the full spring. They would have thought about this as the year of the unexpected, incredibly harsh second winter. Which suddenly hits, and that's the point. He was obsessed with prophecy. He almost certainly would have thought, right, this is it. I need to do these things now. And that's the third thing. And the fourth thing is that I think we can't underestimate the fact that he was the crown prince, and there was a civil war on at the time. Now, he therefore needs to stay not too far away from the action, because at some point he will have known that he would have to return. He would have had to go back and return to what was going on at some point. He did when his father called him and said, "You need to return." He did straight away. And if he'd been all the way out at Starfall, which, if you actually take a look at a map, is right down on the south coast. It's in the middle of a whole load of mountains. It's quite hard to get to. So him being on the Prince's Pass meant that he could quite easily, that's a massive thoroughfare, get back up into the main Out of Dawn and up into the main Seven Kingdoms very quickly. So there's a lot of reasons going on there. Oh yeah, and Commander Ray, just back more evidence here. I mean, you could talk about the evidence. It would keep on springing to my mind about the next year, saying the show made it really obvious with Ned saying, "I promised" to Jon about his mother, when Ned constantly thinks about that, like from Lyanna in the book. There's if you want to point at somewhere in the book that makes it very obvious, I would highly recommend you look at the chapter in book one from Ned's perspective, because Ned obviously knows. From Ned's perspective, when he goes to the brothel with Littlefinger, and he goes to look at Robert Baratheon's bastard son. And all through that, he keeps on having these memories of going to see another child. And but when you read it, you cannot think that this, and then he immediately thinks of Jon. And it's like, why on earth were you thinking of Jon unless that was the child? So when you read through it the first time, you probably don't spot it, but when you reread it thinking, why is Ned's thought process going in this direction? There's really only one answer to it. Right, somebody talking about the tourney at Harrenhal as a mini-series. I would love that. One thing that George R. R. Martin has said about the tourney at Harrenhal is that he said that you could write a whole book about what happened at the tourney at Harrenhal in a George R. R. Martin-sized book as well. That so much happened at the tourney at Harrenhal. As much as I'm looking forward to the stage play, which will be about the tourney at Harrenhal, that's still only going to be scratching the surface of what happened there. Okay. Let's go to a question from Jacob Amable Lima, saying, "Hello, my question is about the coming together of wargs and dragons in the next couple of books. Do you think Bran or Jon will be able to warg into a dragon? On one hand, Bran has been able to warg Hodor, which you'd think would be the more difficult thing to do. I do understand that we have no recorded history of dragons being warged into, and in my opinion, if the Targaryens arrived with wargable, new word, good word, skin-changeable dragons, the Starks would have assimilated them into their bloodline, as they presumably did time and time again during their reign as Kings of Winter. If dragons cannot be warged into, I wonder why." Well, it's a good question. We have no record of anyone skin changing into a dragon, but most of the time during history, dragons were not over Westeros. They were a long time ago. Then for a huge period of time, they weren't with the Valyrian Freehold, because the Valyrians did not go over to Westeros. We'll touch on that in just one second. And then when the Targaryens invaded, most of the time the dragons did not go to the north, which is where the skin changes are. So we don't have any definitive proof one way or another. You can, from what we know of skin changing, Varamir Six Skins, that prologue chapter to A Dance with Dragons gives us a huge amount of information about skin changing. It does appear that you can go into a lot of different animals. He doesn't think about dragons. Why would he think about dragons? He's been north of the wall. Dragons haven't been north of the wall. The question is there something distinctly different about dragons to other animals? And the answer has to be that they are magical, which is kind of loose, but that's how George R. R. Martin works with this, is that he says they're far-made flesh, they are magical beings. So you don't actually need a bigger explanation than that, just saying they're magical and cannot be skin changed into. Which doesn't mean that they can't necessarily. But I said I would talk very briefly about the fact that the Valyrians didn't go into Westeros. Now, most of us kind of assume that this is that prophecy about the doom coming from Lannister gold, and so they kind of like steered clear, and that may well be the case. But there is also a theory that the reason that they stopped short. They only ever got as far as Dragonstone. The reason why they didn't go over and invade, take control of Westeros, was because of skin changes. Because suddenly their one advantage over everybody else was their dragons. And if you can get someone skin changing into those dragons and controlling them, then that's huge. So, do you believe that? I don't know. My instinct is that dragons can't. My instinct is that because a lot of people come at it from this angle, that the bond that a Targaryen or Valyrian has with their dragon is not the same as skin changing. That I'm sure there are similarities, but as far as we can tell, they don't. A Targaryen does not see things through the dragon's eyes, for example. You don't inhabit the dragon in the same way that's what Bran does with Hodor. You just have a connection, a deep connection with the dragon. David Couteau, in the Battle of the Trident, it says Robert took an injury from Rhaegar. Do you think Rhaegar didn't kill Robert because of Lyanna? No. Is the thinking there that Lyanna asked him not to? Lyanna didn't like Robert Baratheon. She really didn't like him. And she will have known, or at least probably guessed, that if he won, then he would force her to marry him, and he would hunt down and destroy all the Targaryens. So Rhaegar will have also been aware of that, and Rhaegar was incredibly prophecy-driven, and he will have believed that the Targaryens had to stay on the Iron Throne. So there's nothing to suggest that he would go easy on Robert Baratheon, who, we should probably emphasize, came into that with an incredible record. Is that what he did during battles was he would single out the enemy leader and go and try and fight them one-on-one, and he won every time. He did it Gulltown, he did it at Summerhall 3 times. He fought 3 battles in a day at Summerhall. He did it the Battle of the Trident. He did it the Battle of the Bells. That was what he did. He sought out the main leader of the other side, and he tried to kill them, and that was his main battle tactic. So Rhaegar will have been aware of that. And the idea that he might have just wanted to kind of scratch him a bit, no, I don't think that's working. This was the decisive battle of the war, and everybody knew it, and one of them had to die. Let's go then to a question from Lady Von Strauss, saying, greetings, Robert and Dan. It seems to be implied that Stygai may have a greenseer or greenseers, possibly part of what the Shadowbinders fear. Regardless, why would greenseers have such a vested interest in Westeros? Is it chiefly for the sacrifices that they can provide through the weirwoods, or do they have some vested interest in sculpting geopolitics? Do these sacrifices provide those like Bloodraven with their powers, or is it possible that gifts of pain and sorrow to the resting old ones through the weirwood Squidward network is what imbues them with their powers because of Lovecraft. Right. So, I mean, I've seen this asserted quite a lot around and about, this idea that Stygai has got green seers. Now, for those who don't even know where Stygai is, that's absolutely fine. We never go there in the books. We're never going to go there in the books, and it doesn't get much of a mention at all. In fact, I will read the entire reference and description of Stygai we have in just one moment, because it's 2-3 sentences. If you think in your mind's eye, Asshai, as far east as you can go. Asshai is known as Asshai by the Shadow. Why that is because it's by the Shadow lands. So if you go out Asshai, the River Ash, well, I'll just read, which sort of flows through Asshai into the sea. And then we read, on its way from the mountains of the morn to the sea, the ash runs howling through a narrow cleft in the mountains, between towering cliffs so deep and close that the river is perpetually in shadow, save for a few moments at midday when the sun is at its zenith. In the caves that pockmark the cliffs, demons and dragons and worse make their lairs. The further from the city one goes, the more hideous and twisted these creatures become, until at last one stands before the doors of the Stygai, the corpse city at the Shadow's heart, where even the Shadowbinders fear to tread. Or so the stories say. So that is the reference we have. The description is the corpse city at the Shadow's heart, where even the Shadowbinders fear to tread. But then the Maester goes on to say, but can we really believe any of these stories? Nobody from Westeros has ever been there. So, who knows? And George R. R. Martin has been very clear that the further east you go, the less that the Maesters and the characters within this story know, and the more vague it is, the more sort of legendary, uncertain. He did use the example, but I'm completely paraphrasing him. It's the equivalent of the old style maps that's kind of like fade away and then just somebody scrawled "Here be dragons." They just don't know. So that's the information we have. Now, the other bit, there is a reference to the Shadowlands, which is not Stygai, it's the Shadowlands, which is that whole area around there, and a legend that the Valyrians were taught about riding dragons from creatures from the Shadowlands, creatures who had no name. Now, at this point, we then enter the world of theory, because I've told you all we know about Stygai. So everything after this is, well, that could be that kind of fits that. I will let you judge for yourself. I think what I would say is that I can't remember the exact wordings. You were saying something like, it seems to be implied that Stygai may have a green seer or green seers. I don't think it is implied. I think that you can take a couple of steps of logic or assumption and get to a point where you can say, well, maybe there once was, but I don't think that George R. R. Martin is implying. We simply do not have enough information about Stygai, as I say, literally 2 sentences. But the logic goes that these the people who taught the Proto-Valyrians about this, they said they had no name. That sounds very similar to what the Children of the Forest, who have no names. At least that's what Bran decides, they have no names. A little asterisk and a footnote there. They do have names, it's just that they are unpronounceable to humans. So is that the same thing? Again, you decide. Were the Children of the Forest over there? Well, again, you can go back to the legends that there are There were many forests across in Essos that have now gone. There are rumours, legends of small woodland folk who seem quite similar to the children of the forest. We get the shade of the evening trees that seem to be sort of like a version, like an antithesis to the Weirwood network. There's a fantastic theory that I won't go into all of the detail here but Amanda Disputed Lands has got a fantastic video which theorizes that Asshai, the black oily stone out of that Asshai is made of, maybe that is shade of the evening trees, in the same way that old weirwood trees take on a kind of stone-like sort of appearance and character, and white, maybe shade of the evening trees, they become black, and they certainly suck the light out of things. And perhaps there used to be a huge forest there, and this is where and Asshai was made out of. It's a good theory. I'm garbling it a little bit, but it's a good theory. So all of these things could operate together. For me, as I say, I think the things I would come back to is that we're never going to go to Stygai in this story. George R. R. Martin's been very clear we're never going to go to Asshai, except perhaps in somebody's memories. This is, and the amount of information that we've got about it's not even mentioned until we get to the World of Ice and Fire, so it's not even mentioned in the main story, is incredibly limited. So I personally wouldn't build significant theories on Stygai. That it may well be that there's some element there in the background that will get clarified a little bit as we get in more, but at the moment I don't think that there's enough to be firm on anything. David Couteau, who do you think are the three heads of the dragon? Do you think George R. R. Martin really knows, or is he seeing where the story will go? I think that George R. R. Martin enjoys leaving us to decide these things. In the same way that I'm convinced, I've said for many years now, I'm convinced that once the story's all written and read and done, we will still be debating who was Azor Ahai reborn, because there will be several characters who inhabit that role in their different ways. In the same way, I think that we will potentially be able to interpret this three heads of the dragon thing in several different ways. You could just very easily write it off and say, well, this is just a Targaryen cool line. The dragon must have three heads. They had three. They created a sigil with a three-headed dragon. There were three original dragons. Danny's got three dragons. You can just say that if you want to. You can say, okay, we are going to get very probably three dragon riders. I say very probably. We suspect three dragon riders. Does that make them the three heads of the dragon? We also may well have three Targaryens around at the same time, if you believe that we've got Danny, we've got Jon, and we've got Fagon, if you count him as a Targaryen. And also we've got this extra element where we get a different way at looking at this phrase, the three heads of the dragon, which came through House of the Dragon. And that's that a song, if you remember back to season 1, when Daemon was singing a song to Vermithor, and he was singing it in High Valyrian, but we got the translation, and it was written by T. McKell, who was for many years George R. R. Martin's right-hand woman in terms of law, and helping him as his assistant. She wasn't co-writing things with him not, but was about as close as you get within that world. And she wrote. I did a video. I think I did a video with History of Westeros actually on this a long time ago. If you want to sort of break down what that means, but it's very clear that in that context, the three heads of the dragon are the dragon, the rider, and then this third person, this interlocutor, this priestly type person. So there are lots of different ways of looking at it. And my take is that we will be able to see this from various different angles intentionally. And we're not just looking for, here we go, tick, tick, tick. Those are the three heads of the dragon. Wilma Kuntu, I've mispronounced that. I do apologise. Saying, hi, Robert. It's so good that you are back to streams and releasing content. I don't know if this is a relevant question. Well, thank you very much, first of all. I don't know if this is a relevant question, but does Stannis respect Mance as a king would respect, say, a foreign king? Well, it's an interesting one because Stannis is left. Stannis is headed off. And to retake Winterfell. And as far as everyone's concerned, Melisandre has killed Mance. Now, we know she didn't really. He's actually hiding out at Winterfell. But as far as he's concerned, it's a pretty moot point. Might he respect someone like Mance as a kind of like a foreign leader? To agree, but I think this comes down to this kind of subjects and enemies kind of idea, is that if you're not on Stannis' side, then you're his enemy. I don't think he necessarily thinks of the bit of the world that he rules, the Seven Kingdoms, as extending necessarily beyond the wall. But I think that he will have grown up with a clear understanding that the wildlings are a hostile foreign force. So I think respect is probably the wrong way, even with someone like Ned, who you would expect him to have some degree of respect for. He doesn't ever talk about him in glowing terms. He talks about he talks to Cat about Ned, and I can't remember the exact words he uses, but he basically says, "Yeah, he was a good man. However, this is the things against him." It's like the only thing that would matter was whether Ned would acknowledge him as king. Reflective Rambling, thank you very much, has gifted some memberships to people, which actually gives me a chance to say thank you. First of all, because Reflective Rambling, you are one of the several wonderful moderators I have here on this channel, and I hugely appreciate what you do. If you are here watching this live in the chat, the reason why it's such a positive, great place to be discussing these issues is because the moderators do an amazing job. If you are there in the chat, could you just show them a little bit of love? I would hugely appreciate that. And secondly, if you do wish to support this channel, the best way to do that is via Patreon. And this is why I always prioritize my patrons' questions. Thank you, patrons. I hugely appreciate your support. But another way to do that, if for whatever reason you do not wish to go via Patreon, is through channel memberships. Here, there's a button somewhere on the screen where you can click, and that will, people giving out memberships here, that will highlight your name and questions, and you get free super chats effectively. There's a lot of comments that come through, and that makes it much more likely that I will see your comment as it goes through. Michelle Arino saying, hi Robert, hope all is well with you and Dan. It is, thank you. When do you think we will get a proper Dunk and Egg trailer? Also, which Dunk and Egg story will be next if we get one? Well, as for the trailer for the Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I don't know if they decided exactly yet when this is going to be released. There was a little bit of a storm in a teacup about this a couple of months ago. The initial thinking was that this was going to be quite early in this year. It's, I think, only 6 episodes. They don't have massive amounts of CGI there's no dragons or anything like that, so it shouldn't take too long in post-production. And so the working assumption from most people had been, I don't know, maybe spring, Easter-ish time. But we've had a couple of different reports from HBO that have basically said it's the second half of the year. As far as we can tell, this is about spacing out their Game of Thrones spin-offs because House of the Dragon Season 3 has not even started filming yet, and so that's going to be quite a long way away. So don't expect that one until, I don't know, summer of 2026 at the earliest. So they've kind of pushed it back a little bit, which potentially pushes back the trailer. As I understand it, there is a teaser trailer which has done the rounds amongst the HBO bigwigs. So it is out there. It's just a matter of when they decide they want to do it. On the working assumption, it's going to be October, November or something before it comes out. Maybe at some point in the next month or two, we might get our first teaser trailer. We've had a few images. We've had some in their sort of HBO, what's happening next year kind of trailers. Then we've had a few snippets of things here and there. Maybe a teaser trailer. They don't tend to do a huge fanfare about these things. Maybe a teaser trailer at some point in the next few weeks, and then we wait through to August, September, something like that, for a fuller trailer. But the second part you asked, which Dunk and Egg story will we get next if we get one? So the Dunk and Egg stories are novella length. We've had 3 so far, and George R. R. Martin has said that he doesn't want the TV show to get ahead of the stories. Now, he said that about Game of Thrones as well, so give that as much weight as you wish. I think he's probably right here. My instinct is to say, in terms of timing, I think whenever he finishes The Winds of Winter, I suspect he will take a break before he jumps into A Dream of Spring, and he will produce some Dunk and Egg stories and Blood and Fire, Fire and Blood Part 2, in relatively short order. I think my instinct is that he finds those easier to write, and for every good reason. A Song of Ice and Fire is huge. It's sprawling. The interconnection between different bits of the plot are really complex. A Dunk and Egg story is short. It can be self-contained. He might drop in a few links to the wider world, but he doesn't even have to do that if he doesn't want to. What I think we've got, he did 3 in a sort of set to start with, spaced out by a few years, but he kind of implied they were a set. It would not surprise me if we get another set of 3. There are 3 things he's talked about, one of which we know he's got halfway into and sort of stopped halfway, which it had the working title of The She-Wolves of Winterfell. They were heading up to, Dunk and Egg were thinking of heading up to Winterfell at the end of the Mystery Night, so that kind of picks up from that. I suspect he probably will be able to finish that relatively swiftly. It won't be called The She-Wolves of Winterfell. It will have a different name as and when it gets published. Then we'll have The Village Hero. He says that he's plotted that out. That's in the Riverlands. I think the implication is that this is going to be a Blackwood Bracken story, which will be quite fun. And he also just dropped in a blog post, I don't know when this was, a year or so ago, he dropped in the idea that he might well go back. He missed the opportunity to do a Dawn story when Dunk and Egg were in Dawn, and he might want to do that, which seems to imply that he got he's got the genesis of an idea, a thought about what that might be. So that's intriguing because it means that he would then not necessarily be writing them in chronological order. And so if he can jump back and do one from early on, perhaps he could always jump forward. But my instinct is next is She Wolves of Winterfell, then Village Hero, then the Dawn story. I think that's me caught up in the chat. Having a quick flick through. Marily, hi, great to see you. Just a show of love and support, you say. Well, I hugely appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Let's go to a question from Magma Frost. Hi, Robert. What's going on with House Bar Emmon's name? It's always felt out of place to me. Are there any other houses with two-word names like that? Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It does sound a little bit out of keeping with other houses. And no, there's no obvious house, sort of Andal house that has that kind of name. Double-barreled name, as it were. What's going on with them? They are an Andal house. The first person there is somebody called Togarian Bar Emmon, who sort of got involved in what was the very slow Andal invasion. My instinct in terms of what the name is, George R. R. Martin, sometimes he uses names, sometimes just out of sheer fun. He's got quite a puckish sense of humour, but also I think to kind of show us things. Togarian sounds very much like Targaryen. Bar Emmon sounds a bit like Baratheon. And I think that he's trying to show us the way that this house is kind of like linked between those two, and they were loyal to the Targaryens and House Baratheon, and I think that's the kind of idea that he's going with there. There is also so Bar is often sort of in our language usage is often like son of, and so son of Emmon. It does make you wonder whether Baratheon is son of Theon. People have sometimes wondered whether or where Baratheon came from, Oris Baratheon, and that seems to be perhaps the implication we've got is that he might have been a bastard half-brother of the Aegon the Conqueror, but perhaps the Baratheon implies that sort of going back in his heritage from his mother's side, there was a Theon there as well. So what's going on with the name? I think it's just George R. R. Martin having a bit of fun of slightly different name. There are some times, particularly when he went over to the Iron Islands, where you just think, you just started to run out of inspiration a bit there, didn't you? But yeah, here he was just coming up with an interesting name. David Kuto saying, a theory is that Littlefinger was the one who told Brandon about Rhaegar and Lyanna. If not, how else would everyone have found out about that? Yeah, I absolutely subscribe to that. I did a whole video on that one. That's part of my Robert's Rebellion playlist, which I'm going to put back up in a moment. The short version of this, for those who haven't come across this, was that Littlefinger was there or thereabouts. That bit is beyond doubt, and he had a reason to have a grudge against Brandon. And we know that he's got a habit of being able to or an ability to make up convincing lies on the spot to get the spotlight put away from him. So all of that kind of adds up. The situation is that he was quite young at the time. He was being fostered at Riverrun, and as we know, he was obsessed with Cat. Cat was, however, engaged to Brandon, and Littlefinger managed to get himself into a fight with Brandon, and Brandon basically beat him up and nearly killed him. But then he managed to get Catelyn's sister pregnant, and Lysa, and he got hounded out from Riverrun. He got chucked out. Where's he going to go? Well, he's going to go back home, the Fingers. So he heads on the road away, and we discover that very shortly after that, we get Brandon, who leaves Riverrun for reasons that he's not going to divulge. Having seen Brandon in other situations, it's very clear he gets very heated about what he sees as being a slur, a stain on the honor of his family. He's going to be marrying into the Tully family, and Lysa, clearly this is a stain and a slur on her reputation that Littlefinger got her pregnant, and we saw in the tourney at Harrenhal when he thought that there was a slight on Lyanna's then he leapt up and he had to be restrained from attacking Rhaegar, so he already dislikes Rhaegar, and everyone will have known this. So, situation is, Littlefinger is making his way back east. Brandon is heading out, presumably to teach him a lesson. Littlefinger gets to probably around the inn at the crossroads. The inn at the crossroads, you're at a position where if you go east, you're then heading into the Vale. However, we know that the Vale Road, when it's winter, that just shuts down. You can't go in. And what happens at that moment in time? We get the second winter hit. The year of the full spring is there. Spring has gone away. Winter has come back. That road will be shut. So what is Littlefinger going to do? He's going to be staying at the inn at the crossroads. That much sounds completely logical and fine. He reached there. The fact that Brandon will have caught up to him somewhere around there also seems to fit the facts. And Littlefinger, will have been caught by Brandon and will have to think of some way to get Brandon and get all of that anger vented somewhere else. If he saw Rhaegar and Lyanna heading off together and he told Brandon, he will have known that Brandon immediately will have left him alone and gone off after them. So it all works together, and it also gives Littlefinger this idea, it fits in with his character journey, that much later is that this chaos is a ladder. You create chaos, you can use that to climb. He created chaos. He told this to Brandon. It didn't cause the Civil War. The Civil War was going to happen anyway, but it was the spark that started off that Civil War. And off the back of that, he managed to get himself into... So Lysa then gets married off to Jon Arryn, and out of that he manages to get himself a plum job in Gulltown, and out of that he manages to get himself up into King's Landing. So that all kind of fits together. And as I say, I did a video on that years ago. I'm a big fan of that. We don't have a smoking gun, but it just all fits. Mara Lee, saying for my fellow mods, thank you very much indeed. Commander Ray saying thanks for the great streams, and to the mods as well. A query on when our next book analysis stream might be. Oh, that's an interesting one. Yeah, so I did finish off. I was working very slowly. I was working my way through A Feast for Crows. So yeah, I should probably do that. What I've done with Aziz, actually, from History of Westeros. I've had him on, so maybe I'll see whether he's free to come on. But it does bring me actually to, I said partway through the stream, I'd tell you a few things are happening on this channel going forward. One thing is that I don't think going forward I will be able to do every week doing this live stream at this time for a variety of reasons going on in my life. But I do not wish to lose this community. I think this is a fantastic community. So we will keep things going here. We will keep the chat going here. Thursday, 10 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to do a few things. If I cannot do a live stream one week, then this will still happen at this time. I might pre-record one, and this is what I'm going to do for next week, just to see how this works, because I will announce the subject to my patrons, and I will say, give me your questions, and then I will pre-record the live stream and put it up as a premiere, so the chat will stay there, so the chat can stay. If I can, will turn up in the chat, and we can talk through as we're going through. And this next week, I'll announce it now. Patrons, get your ideas going. I will do a tinfoil Thursday. Give me your tinfoil theories. I will work my way through my patrons' tinfoil theories, let you know what I think about them, let you know if there's what I think works, what I think doesn't work. Done them before. Huge amount of fun. Another few things that I think we might do, some more of those interviews. I did one a few weeks ago with the Modern Knight. People really enjoyed that. I will get a few more guests. I've got a few lined up. I'll get a few more guests so we can do a few more of them. And I also had a thought, and I don't know whether people would like this or not, maybe doing, and this would take years to go through, so it would be a very long and slow thing, but we like this kind of granular stuff here. Going through chapter by chapter. Why don't we start at the prologue of book one and work our way through? Why don't we go through The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings chapter by chapter? And I can have a special guest on. We wouldn't do one a week, but we could do one or two a month, something like that, and work it through. Let me know what you think of those ideas. I've got a lot of ideas of things that we can do going forward. I'm also going to try and get a few more of those shorts. I did some short videos on this channel. I quite enjoyed doing them, so I'll see whether I can carve out a bit of time to do a few more of those short videos on this channel as well. So I've got lots of high hopes and exciting things to look forward to on this channel over the course of the next year. Hope all that makes sense, but next week it will be a pre-recorded live stream. It will appear as a premiere, which means that the chat will be here, so please do turn up as usual. Have a quick flick through the chat. David Kuto saying, love the Well-Told Tale channel. Can I read Game of Thrones? Sadly, no. Copyright reasons. No. I'd love to. Same with things like The Lord of the Rings, but that's the kind of thing that they clamp down on very hard, and the channel would get taken down. So the things that I can do on the Well-Told Tale, and believe me, the checking what is in copyright and what is public domain is a lot harder than you might think it is. There is not one list somewhere of what is and what isn't, and it changes by country as well. So the things that I can put on there are the things that are in the public domain, which is usually all of the old classic fairy tales, things like that, plus the great Victorian stories, and then some of the early 20th century stuff, which still allows us things like Conan, it still allows us things like Lovecraft and stuff like that. So sadly, no to things with living authors, or things with authors who have died relatively recently, and in this context, relatively recently includes people like Tolkien. I'll just have a quick flick through the chat here. People responding there saying, Northern Tommy saying, thank you for the investment of time. You're absolutely very welcome. Lauren asking about Wheel of Time content. Yes, I'm not going to major on it, but I'm very happy to do a few odds and ends of that as well. Chapter reads are fun, says Andrew K. Lots of people liking the idea of the tinfoil theories. And Andrew K saying the discussion with the Modern Knight was fantastic. More of that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. Northern Tommy saying studying copyright law is something like putting your hand in an active spice grinder. But yes, I know what you mean. Matt Hemming saying Christopher Nolan is making a film of the Odyssey. That's in public domain now, right? Yes, absolutely. But the translation might not be. The original is, but as I say, the more you get into this, the more complicated it is. I don't want to dwell on it. Copyright stuff is a bit dull, but yes, if somebody has done their retelling of the story, then the copyright is with them for their retelling. Right, okay, with that, thank you very much. Really good feedback. Let's go to Magma Frost saying, well, a number of houses in the Crownlands note that they swore allegiance directly to Visenya. Were those houses disproportionately loyal to Maegor, being that he was Visenya's son and backed by her at the start of his reign? Yes. These are largely the Crownlands ones. The ones that were knelt directly to Visenya tend to be the ones in Crackle Point as well. Yes, there's the short answer is that they were disproportionately more likely to be supportive of Maegor, but that's also, I think, it's not just a loyalty to Visenya thing. That's also a fact that they were closest. And what you'll find, you'll even see it in A Song of Ice and Fire, is that the houses closest to King's Landing, closest to the center of power, have to move with the times a whole lot more. You will see, and it happened in the Dance of the Dragons, it happens in A Song of Ice and Fire, is that particularly those houses, you get Stokeworth, Rosby, those kind of houses really close to King's Landing. Whoever's in charge of King's Landing, they largely have to support, because King's Landing is so much bigger and just so close. So that's definitely the case, but we were talking about Bar Emmon a little while ago, they were very much supporters of Maegor until it became apparent that Maegor was on the way out, and then I forget which member of House Bar Emmon it was at the time, but he scurried back home and then changed his mind and came out in support of Jaehaerys. So the answer is yes, sort of. Adam Geets saying, hi, Robert and Dan. While I'm disappointed that we don't have the Winds of Winter, my main frustration at this point is the lack of updates or communication about it. George R. Martin hasn't provided an update on his Not a Blog in over 2 years. He has sort of, I think, is the answer. He hasn't felt, and I think probably what you're referring to is in November, I think it was around November 2022, he gave updates where he said that he was about 1,100, 1,200 pages, three-quarters of the way through, and basically said he's very nearly finished. I think it was Tyrion's storyline and a few of these other ones, and he gave quite a reasonable update at the time. Since then, No, he hasn't done a whole dedicated blog post to where I'm at in the Winds of Winter. But I think he has been giving us enough to let us know where we're at on it. And the short answer is the last 2 years haven't been good for him. He's been going through quite a bad time. A lot of his close friends have died. He's got caught up, I'm sure you saw, in a rather public argument with HBO and to a degree Ryan Condal, I guess, about House of the Dragon with the toxic butterflies discussion. He's got it also into a dispute with the Hugo Awards and Worldcon, which was quite sad and distressing for him because that was always his place and his people. So he's had quite a bad time of it, and this has played into how productive he's been. Now, I think the last update was in, let's just double check, November 2023, where he said, I have like 1,100 pages written, but I still have hundreds more pages to go. The implication, by the way, that he's working to an estimation of somewhere around 1,600 pages, which is massive. And since then, we've had a couple of updates saying he's finding it really hard. He's not making much progress. We did have one. I didn't note down the exact date of when it was. It feels like about 4 or 5 months ago. He said that he'd done a few pages. I can't remember if those were the exact words, but some pages, a few pages of A Song of Ice and Fire, Winds of Winter, and also of Blood and Fire. It was the first time I think that he'd admitted that he was also writing Blood and Fire, Fire and Blood Part 2 at the same time, not just doing the Winds of Winter. So that's where we're at. He does sometimes, when he gets into the new year, not as a every year, but sometimes he does do this kind of like general catch up on where he's at. He's been pretty quiet so far for the last month or so. We just had a couple of blog posts from his minions about other things going on. We're also expecting he's got a couple. He did a big trip last summer to various places in Europe, particularly the UK. He said he was going to do a post about, he visited Tolkien's grave in Oxford. Massive Tolkien fan. He said that he was going to do a blog post about that. He's probably also going to do one, I assume, about Worldcon in Glasgow, which is probably going to be a less positive one. But yeah, I think where we're at is that he's still got a few hundred pages to go, and he's not going to give us a blow-by-blow account, sadly, of where he's at. I completely I say sadly for us. I completely understand from his perspective why he wouldn't wish to do that. But maybe at some point we'll get a fuller update on where he's at. And if I had to guess, it's still a few hundred pages to go. And you also said asked in the Winds of Winter, do you think that something may be revealed, or even when the High Tower comes down or is destroyed? Perhaps there is something hidden that will come out once the tower comes down. Pardon me, once the tower comes down. What do you think? So the High Tower is fascinating. It's fascinating as much as anything else for two reasons. The first reason is that this seems to be the first place that humans landed and made contact in any significant way with the original denizens of Westeros, the Children of the Forest, the Giants. They set up some kind of trading camp or place at Old Town. It is ancient. Where the High Tower is, it's built on the base, which is this fused black stone. which sounds very similar to the fused black stone that we hear about being in the Five Forts, right on the other side of the world, but we don't know. Um, and we've never been inside the High Tower. That's the second thing which is intriguing. First, it's really ancient, and there's a whole load of things. So, Battle Isle is the island that the High Tower is on. We don't even know what battle that was, but presumably it must have been significant if they named the island after it. The so there are old and powerful and interesting things going on there. Added to which, a House Hightower, we don't know, but the hints are there that they might be slightly more significant than we would think. Um, the hints being their sword is called Vigilance, as if they're there watching, keeping wait for something. The rumours are that the current Lord Leighton Hightower is doing magic, up or researching magic in his high tower. There's things that sound ridiculous, like they can see the wall from the high tower, which is like probably not actually see it, but can you magically see it? Why are you looking at the wall? Is there some kind of connection there? Well, there is a connection there because we're told that the wall was built by the Bran the Builder and the high tower was built by Bran the Builder. That's quite a weird kind of connection we've got going on there. And there is this island connection, which it's I say this a lot. It's not a theory; it's just an observation that a lot of the things that you might think will be very important in the battle for the Dawn, the next big battle against the others, are on islands. The Isle of Faces seems to be the heart of the Weirwood Network, an island. The Dragonglass mines are on Dragonstone, an island. Dawn, the Great Sword Dawn with House Dane, is on the island of Starfall. And here we've got the High Towers on Battle Isle. Does that mean there's something special there? The others, as far as we can tell, can't pass over water, so it would be perfect to be placing these kind of things there a long way away from the wall and on islands. So all the hints are there that there might be something. But the intriguing thing, as far as revealing all of that is concerned, is that we've got, at the moment, and probably from now on, the truth of it, only two POVs around that part of the world. We've got Sam, who is going to, we would assume, get involved in what's going on in the Citadel. But if that falls, you would expect him to do roughly what he did on the show, which is grab a whole load of books and head north. That seems to be what the most logical thing to do. So he wouldn't be there. If the High Tower falls, we wouldn't expect him, unless something weird happens, he gets captured or something, we wouldn't expect him to be kind of rooting around the grounds of the High Tower itself going, oh, that's interesting, because there'll be the Ironborn there. Or worse. And the other character, obviously, is Aeron Greyjoy, who is being a POV character for us, showing what Euron's doing. Now, we could see things if Euron grabs Aeron and takes him around with him in the aftermath of a great victory in Old Town. I'm not saying that will happen. Then yeah, maybe we will see things, but we will see things from a particular perspective that Aeron will have, rather than Sam's perspective. Sam would be thinking about connections up to stuff with the wall. Aeron wouldn't at all be thinking of that. So we might get snippets of stuff that we spot are important that he wouldn't. Lauren picking up a question. So this is Reflective Rambling picking up a question for Lauren. Thank you, Reflective Rambling. I love it when people do this, just picking up questions for other people. Theory, do you have a theory on what happened to Rohan Weber or the Lannister Lady of Cold Moat? No, not hugely, but we can explain the situation. and we can say the things that we think are there. So, Rohan Weber, we meet her in The Swan Sword, the second of the Dunk and Egg stories. She and Dunk have a slightly flirty thing going on. Let's leave it like that. Um, and he does think about her quite a bit. She's very small in comparison to the love interest, if we call it that, in the first story. Tansel too tall, so she's kind of like this opposite, and she is. We're told she reappears later, um, marrying into the Lannister clan, but then disappears. Lord Lannister. This is a couple of generations back from the Lannisters that we know. Um, but then we read she disappeared in, I don't know the exact phrase that's used in the world of Ice and Fire, but it's along the lines of she disappeared in mysterious circumstances. So what is that? Now, my instinct is that that is George R. R. Martin just dropping in the possibility of this being a future Dunk and Egg story. I don't think that means that he knows exactly what that is, but I think that he likes this idea that he might get Dunk to go across the Seven Kingdoms. It's the overarching title here is A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. So we're not going to have like just 7 stories and 1 story in each of the different parts of the Seven Kingdoms, but I think we will see, if he ever gets to do this, writing through the whole series of Dunk and Egg, that it dots about the Seven Kingdoms. Already we've had the Reach, and he's talked about Dawn. We're going to go up to the north. We've had the Riverlands. So it kind of makes sense if we just pick another area, the Westerlands, and what story could we get there? Well, perhaps what reason could we have for Dunk and Egg wandering around to go there? Well, maybe they discover that their old friend, the one that Dunk had that connection with, is over there now as a Lannister and needs their help in some way. That will make a good story. So I don't know. We don't yet know what Dunk is like as a grown-up. And I think this is one of the fun things about these stories is that we've had 3 stories so far where they're kids. Yes, obviously Egg is a child, but he's still a teenager at this point. And we don't yet know what he's going to be like in his 20s, 30s, 40s. Is he going to mature? Is he going to become any more worldly wise for having traveled around? Is he going to stop quoting Sir Arlen in his head and start quoting other people? We simply do not know where that character development journey is going to go. But it's probably fair to say that he will retain that, in the best possible way, simple approach to life. And that, in the best way of that means that he will help those who need it. But he is a true knight, is that he will, without even thinking, he will go to help and protect those who need it, particularly women and children. And so if somebody that he knows, Rohan Weber, calls for his help, then I think he would go. Right, let's go to... I've got a question. David Kuto saying, what will happen with Jaime and Brienne in the Winds of Winter? Well, I mean, a big question. But where we left it was that Brienne went to get Jaime and to bring him to Lady Stoneheart. I think that he will survive. He will somehow have to be able to assure her that he has done his best to fulfill the oath that he gave her. She doesn't seem a very forgiving type. And he will also have to convince her that he is not responsible for the Red Wedding, which is an even higher bar. Now, my best guess is that what that means is that he will have to do something to show that he is no longer loyal to the Lannisters, which was a huge part of his character arc in the last book. This bit by bit, he lost Tyrion. Cersei's kind of turned her back on him. He's now turned his back on her as well. Obviously, his father's died. His role in the Kingsguard, that's not what it used to be either. He is not the person he used to be because he's lost his hand. He's now looking, who is he now? There, I think, is a pretty good chance that we might get a Red Wedding 2.0. Perhaps at Riverrun, with the phrase there. Perhaps he could go in and let in the Brotherhood without banners in some way. I don't know, but he will have to show that he is on her side. Right, let's go to Corvus Art. Are we sure that Jaime and Brienne won't have to fight to the death against each other? No, we're not sure at all. My instinct is that they're both endgame characters that George R. Martin will keep alive. But if you want to, I don't know if it's a left field prediction, it probably isn't with George R. Martin, but quite a few of the POV characters we have, more than one, will die in the Winds of Winter. I don't think we're going to go into A Dream of Spring with this many POV characters, and that will include some characters that we know and quite like. I think both Jaime and Brienne will survive, but don't assume anyone other than, I think, probably that core five that he talked about all the way back. Go back to the beginning. Jon, Danny, Tyrion, Bran, and Arya. I think anyone outside of that, potentially, if his muse takes him, there could be a problem. Okay. Lady Pushkins. Hello, Robert. I've been thinking about the Dragonbinder and what it does to those who blow it. Do you think that Princess Arya could have found it on her travels, which led to her ghastly symptoms and death? Also, do you think Dragonbinder needs some sort of sacrifice to be able to use it without coming to any harm? Otherwise, what is the point of it? Or maybe only certain people can use it without coming to harm. Right, so this is the massive horn that Euron brought to the Kingsmoot. He had one of his men blow it, and the sound was magical and horrible and powerful. And afterwards, we find out that the person who blew that horn died, and his insides had been turned to ash. His lungs, everything had been turned to ash. So then he gives this to Victarion and sends Victarion over to claim. He's decided he wants Danny now and her dragons. So he sends Victarion over to go and get her with the dragon horn. And that's the... Victarion thinks he's being clever. He's not. George R. Martin describes him as thick as a stump. And so he's decided that he's going to try and use this dragon horn, but he knows that if you blow it, then it will kill you. So he's got 3 volunteers to come and do it for him. Now, wherever that goes with it, what we do have now is a, we think, real description of what it says and glyphs on the side. It says, I am Dragonbinder. No mortal man shall sound me and live. Blood for fire, fire for blood. Now, the first is the introduction. I am Dragonbinder. Okay, the last bit, I think, kind of makes blood for fire, fire for blood. If you wanted to control a dragon, you have to make a sacrifice. The clear implication is that the sacrifice is the person who blows the horn. And so if this is a Valyrian artifact, they had slaves, they could have just made slaves blow the horn. They could have connected to it in some way so that they then make the connection over to the dragon. The middle bit is the interesting thing. No mortal man shall sound me and live. This is like the... George R. Martin obviously loves this kind of stuff. It's very much like the no man shall kill me kind of Witch King of Angmar kind of idea. I am no man, says Arwen, but Eowyn, but that's the kind of feel. So no mortal man shall sound me and live. So do we need an immortal to do this? What does that mean? What happens if somebody is a white, a zombie white of some kind? Could Robert Strong sound it and live? I don't know. The questions are there. Does it need a sacrifice? Yes, definitely. All Targaryen magic needs blood and fire. But in answer to your first question about Princess Aeria, who, if you remember, she was the princess who rode years ago in the reign of King Jaehaerys. She rode Balerion, we think, all the way over to Old Valyria, and then came back a year or so later. Balerion had this huge gash in its side, and she, it's in Fire and Blood, horrible story. She is burning up, and there were wriggling fireworms within her body. That doesn't seem to be what happens here with Dragonbinder. Dragonbinder seems to turn your insides to ash, not infect you with wriggling fireworms. So I think the answer is no. I don't think she encountered that. I think she encountered other things. But I think that with Dragonbinder, what will happen is that Victarion will have his people sound the horn, but two things are there. First of all, Euron is obviously playing him, and he has somehow bound himself to it so that if it gets blown, then it's him who has the power. But secondly, don't forget that right through all this, we have Moqorro, the Red Priest, who has been sent from the head of the whole church to Meereen to get Danny, who he thinks, and be by the side of Danny, who he thinks and the religion thinks is their Messiah, Azor Ahai reborn, the person who will be able to save the entire world. There is no way on this planet Moqorro is going to stand by and let somebody steal those dragons away from Danny. So Victarion thinks he's being clever. He is not, on two different counts. Sarah, awesome source. Top 3 castles to visit in the vicinity of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Planning a trip. Would love a fellow castle lover's opinion. Love to the mods, Dan the dog, and yourself for the excellent content. Sorry, so random. Well, no, you're very welcome. I mean, there's so many excellent ones. I mean, I was in Scotland last summer, so that's fresh in my mind. I loved Eileen Dornan, which is, just Google it, looks beautiful, just small, but perfectly formed. In terms of majestic castles in England, you can't really go much wrong with things like Bamber or Warwick. Bodiam looks and is perfect. Leeds Castle is beautiful. Dover Castle, loads of history. For me, if I were to say you go in, if you're looking for castles in the UK, the place to go is the northwest of Wales. You get this string of castles, the Edward I castles. He commissioned some of them were there already, and he just sort of like made them better. Beaumaris, Carnarvon, Conwy, Harlech, they're amazing set of castles going on up there. And there's some really good ones down in the south. Caerphilly Castle's is great. Castle Koch is great. I could talk about castles for a very long time, so do not apologise asking me about castles. And I did not give you a very short list there, so I do apologise. Um, uh, if when you've decided where you're going, I will happily tell you where I think is the best castle close to wherever you're going in a future live stream. Right, David Kuto, how will Jon's secret be revealed in the books? I mean, a big question. I think the answer is going to be that Bran will find out. It's possible that Sam will as well, but I think Bran will find out, and Jon himself will. He's been getting dreams of Winterfell crypts all the way through this story, and in these he's getting further in, further in, and further in, and the crypts, the old Stark dead, are saying this is not your place, you do not belong here, and yet he knows he has to go on. Why is that? Well, my take is that this is Bloodraven, who is trying to show him to see his mother's statue. And I think that is going to be the key thing, that we're going to get there, and it's going to be Jon will be able to see his mother. This was such a big thing, particularly in book one. Who is my mother? He wanted to know all the time. He thinks about her. And the idea that we've got this statue that is of his mother that he will be able to go and see is, I think, going to be an incredibly touching moment. Added to which is the possibility, I mentioned this in a previous video, in one of those Winterfell Crypts videos, but Lyanna makes Ned promise more than one thing. The idea we sometimes has is it's a promise me, Ned, as if this is just one thing. But he also thinks about broken promises. Which seems to imply it's not just the main thing we think that she made him promise, which was to look after her son and hide him from Robert Baratheon. That bit he's done. That's not a broken promise. But perhaps she made him promise that when he gets older, Ned will tell him who he is when it's safe. And perhaps she made Ned promise to make a statue of her so that Jon can see her. And I think that will be a beautiful thing to add into this. We're going, whenever we think about the promise me, Ned, our brains always go to the practicalities of she's there, she's trying to protect her child, but also maybe she knows that this child will grow up not knowing who his mother is. And maybe this is why Ned put those statues there, because she says, Ned, promise me that you'll put a statue of me there so that Jon can see me. I mean, I think that would be beautiful. Right. Let's go to Sir Friend. Happy Thursday, Robert. Hope all is well. It is. Thank you. How do you think the mechanics or logistics or timings of Danny getting to Westeros will play out? I understand her getting to Dragonstone at the end of the Winds of Winter makes sense, potentially at the same time as the others getting to the wall, but the show has left me nervous of the Danny-Jon arc being rushed. With Danny, Tyrion, and at least some Barristan chapters, do you think there is enough space to wrap up Meereen and the journey west, maybe before the end of the Winds of Winter, while also satisfyingly wrapping up the Volantis plot line, which I'm excited about? They and we are waiting. Best wishes, warmest regards, and to you too. Do I think it's possible? Yes, it is. Just on the rushing the Danny Jon plot line, yes, obviously I agree. They did rush it a lot on the show. In the book, I think we will have one very long book in which their relationship, whatever it is, can start and build and then perhaps descend down the other side, which seems fine to me. That seems like you can, in one very long book, have a convincing romance. That's why we have romance books. So, that bit I'm not too concerned about, because I could certainly see, coming back to the Danny story, one second, I could certainly see the way in which Jon's story, the northern plotline, could get to a position where Jon can come back and then he can head down to Winterfell. The Bolton situation can be dealt with by the end of this book, and then they're going, well, what are we doing now? They're all looking at each other. Well, what we really need are Valyrian steel swords and dragonglass. Where are we going to get them? Well, Valyrian steel swords going to be hard, but we do know where there's a whole load of dragonglass. So somebody's going to go, presumably Jon, going to go to Dragonstone. So that I could see that arc happening within the Winds of Winter, and Jon ending up there roughly the same time that Danny ends up there. I'm not going to say that's obviously the way that things happened roughly on the show. I see no reason why it shouldn't roughly, it won't be the same iteration of events, but roughly that kind of thing would happen. So I think we could certainly allow them a whole book in A Dream of Spring to have a relationship. As for can Danny's story get wrapped up in the Winds of Winter to Essos storyline to the extent to get her back to Westeros, or get her to Westeros? Yes, I don't see why not. Danny and Tyrion have historically been two of the characters who have the most POV chapters in every book. So we're probably looking at 20 chapters, plus, as you say, probably a Sir Barristan chapter or two, plus a Victarion chapter or two. We will. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we end up with 25 chapters, a full third maybe of the book is that Essos storyline. And in that, what at a high level, what needs to happen is Danny needs to deal with the Dothraki in whatever way, presumably get them on her side. We've seen the foreshadowing in the House of the Undying of the Dosh Khalin bending the knee to her. She needs to return to Meereen, encounter all these new people hanging around there, particularly people like Tyrion. She's going to have Marwyn the Mage arrive. She's going to have Makoro arrive. So we'll have 2 or more chapters, 3 chapters maybe, can deal with the Dothraki. We'll probably have another 2 or 3 chapters or whatever dealing with what happens down in Meereen, although those can be told from other POVs. Then she can set sail. At this point, her mind will be back on. She's going down this darker path. She's looking west. She's embracing her Targaryen invading self. She's going to be heading off quickly, not lingering in Meereen. So she can head off. The Volantis storyline, we will see through her perspective, Tyrion's perspective, whatever, when they get there. So what's happening in Volantis, we won't know until they reach it. Maybe there's a sea battle there. We will almost certainly, I suspect, find that there's a popular uprising. The Red Priests will get the rabble, the people, up and fighting the masters. Then we need to sort of work our way around the coast. I suspect she may stop off at Pentos before heading over to Dragonstone. Is that all possible in 25 chapters? I think reasonably easily, if you want to. The question is where his muse takes him along the way. Where is his muse going to take him with Sir Barristan? Where is his muse going to take him with Tyrion? The actual core plot shouldn't take all that many chapters, but it's the other thing. Sarah Awesome Sauce saying it was a perfect answer. Oh, good. I'm very pleased. Eileen Donnan was on my radar. The rest is much appreciated. Good, good. Well, I'm very happy to help. David Kuto saying, will Jon and Danny have a child together? I suspect not. Having said that, there's enough time for them to have a relationship. There might well be time for her to get pregnant. That would add an extra layer of tragedy to things, and it would sort of bring full circle that from the Miri Mazdur storyline, with it wasn't actually a curse so much, but the words that she said about her having not having another child. So I wouldn't rule that out, but having a child, I suspect no, because that would then require us to have a whole. Even if we say that, let's kind of dream our way forward. Jon and Danny meet in chapter 1 of A Dream of Spring. They have a start of fantastic relationship, and then she falls pregnant within a couple of chapters. That then means, in order to have that child, then we're then going to have 9 months of. That story will have to last. That book will have to last 9 months. The latter part of which she will perhaps not be wishing to be doing huge amounts of running around, riding dragons, things like that. Similarly, the amount of time after the birth. So I think for logistics, no, probably not. Let's go to a question from Catherine Fawcett saying, hi, Robert. We all speculate about the specific circumstances that bring Jon back to life. If, as we suspect, he gets his second life within Ghost, we haven't actually heard anything about any ice magic that brings the dead back to life, other than the magic of the others themselves. So we have two options. Either Jon is brought back to life by someone using the ice magic of the others, but who among the living would know it? The wildlings never speak of coming back from your second life as a possibility, or Jon is brought back by fire magic or some combination of this and shadow magic. Shireen's death and Pyre seem to enter into speculations about how Jon is brought back. Only death can pay for life. Will Shireen's death pay the price somehow? When Danny burned Miri Mazdur, she woke 3 dragons. Will burning Shireen be the sacrifice that wakes another dragon, Jon? Yes, I think the short answer was yes. I mean, my working hypothesis on how Jon returns. So his body dies, his spirit goes out into Ghost. What happens with his body? We had a lot of foreshadowing in the last Jon chapter about the dead bodies. They already had some dead bodies. They were concerned about them rising again as whites, and so they put them into the ice cells. Almost certainly that's what they'll do with Jon's body, put it into the ice cell. They're concerned about it rising as a white. Also, this is Lord Commander, this is, a Stark bastard, this is an important person that Stannis will have a view on what happens with the body. So they freeze it in the ice cells. That prevents, obviously, decomposition. And Jon is in Ghost. Now, what I think happens next is, yes, we get... So the snow around Winterfell is so great that Stannis, even if he wins the battle he's about to be a part of, he's still... His forces are still going to die out in the snow outside Winterfell. So Melisandre will need to do something, and she will, as she's been hinting, she will have to make a sacrifice of king's blood, and Shireen is the one that she chooses to do. She burns Shireen. This coincides with, we know, a character who is heading up to the wall. This is fake Arya. Now, which is Jane Poole. Now, I could certainly see, and this is quite speculative, but it kind of works, is that they might then ask, the Night's Watch who are there, might then ask her, what do you want done with this body? because it's her half-brother. And she is still absolutely scared stiff. And she doesn't really know what to do, but the option is there. There's going to be fire, burn the body. And Jon's body in this ice block gets put onto this fire, starts melting. The sacrifice happens. Shireen is burned. And at this point, Jon is kind of forcibly pushed back into his body. The magic of the fire brings him, that Melisandre is doing, brings him back. She is muttering something about helping Azor Ahai against the ice and cold or something along those lines. And then Jon suddenly comes back like this out of the fire. George R. Martin has in the past talked about Beric as a fire white being foreshadowing for Jon. So the implication there is that Jon is going to be a fire white of some kind as opposed to an ice white. It's not the magic of the others here going on with Jon. How are we getting his spirit back into his body? We don't know. We've not seen this yet, but my best guess is what you need is an incredibly powerful skin changer who can go into Ghost and then kick Jon out back into his own body. Do we have that? Yeah. Bloodraven. Bloodraven, as far as we can tell, has been going into Ghost for a while anyway. He can go in there, he can see Jon, and he can kick him out, and he can push him back into Jon's body. Jon will emerge then from the flames with this, as Melisandre has been sort of doing magic for saving Azor Ahai from an icy death, and then Jon emerges out from that. That's the way that, very roughly, I see it. David Kuto, who do you think is the White Walker that the 13th Lord Commander or Night's King fell in love with? I'll be doing a video on this at some point quite soon. I think it's kept deliberately vague by George R. Martin, and George R. Martin is very clear that the legends we shouldn't just take as literal truth. The legends are there. We should take the themes. We should take the ideas. Maybe there are bits of literal truth in there as well, but we should not be necessarily trying to say that there exactly happened, therefore this. So, who is it? When you say who is the White Walker, I'm quite happy to say that this is a female White Walker and leave it at that, and a female other and leave it at that. Maybe this is just a legend. Maybe this doesn't matter. The important point actually is, I think, that this is when the Horn of Winter was sounded the first time around. Let's go to a question from Scott Bittner, saying, I should have asked my question last week. I was thinking about the name Tanner. In the show, we meet Carl Tanner, and in the books, we hear about Tyrion Tanner. My question being a simple one, where does that surname come from? Both of those characters are from the King's Landing, Crownlands area, and I thought the bastard name there was Waters. I'm sure it's something simple I'm missing, but I am unaware. Thank you so much for the wonderful live streams and videos. Well, you're very welcome. So there is... You're right that the normal bastard name in the Crownlands is Waters. However, it's probably quite an important thing to point out here that that's not a law or a rule, that's a naming convention. You don't have to do that. One classic example of this is Daemon Waters, who was born the bastard son of Aegon IV. Now, at a young age, he was given the sword Blackfire, and he changed his surname. He did this. He didn't need the king to do it for him. He changed his surname to Blackfire, and we now know him as Daemon Blackfire. But he didn't have to stay as a Waters. This was before he was legitimized. He wasn't legitimized for another few years after that. So he changed his name, and that's okay. You do not have to have the name, Snow in the north and Stone in the Vale and things like that. You don't have to. It's just a convention. Now, what's happened in the case of Tyrion Tanner? This is Bronn being Bronn, and not really very nice. So he, at this point in the books, he has been rewarded for his work by marrying into the Stokeworths, and he marries. I always get my Stokeworths mixed up. I think it's Tanda Stokeworth, who, when there was that riot in King's Landing, she got the worst of it. She was dragged off by the crowd to behind a tanner's shop, and then was abused repeatedly by lots of different men. And after that, she became pregnant. Everyone knew what had happened. Everyone knew that where this child has come from. Bronn said, "Oh, I'll marry her." Because this is a massive step up for him. He doesn't really care about reputation. And when the child is born, he obviously wants to make it clear that this isn't his. It's also not hers. This is a bastard child. He could have given that child the surname Waters, but he's clearly decided to make this child's name as provocative as possible. So he names it Tyrion. After his buddy Tyrion. But at this moment in time, Tyrion is a wanted criminal for killing the king. And Tyrion is on the run. Bronn calling this child Tyrion is a massive slap in the face to Cersei, who immediately responds by sending someone out to try and kill him. She fails, but that's how seriously she takes it. And he calls Tyrion Tanner, so that everybody knows and recognizes that this is where this child came from. It's not nice, but it's Bronn. Bronn is he's a very gruff character on the TV show. Obviously, Jerome Flynn does a fantastic job, but he's quite funny and he's quite likable. He's not that likable in the books, it has to be said. Equivus Codex saying, I often think about Bran being the king of whatever is left at the end of the story. Lannister men burnt crops through the Riverlands. The winter that is coming will be a hard one, and there are many battles ahead. And Dany's foreign army will need to be fed. What do you see Westeros looking like from the small folk perspective at the end of the story? I think exactly as you're thinking. I think, however the action goes in this story, the people who lose will be the small folk, particularly in the Riverlands. But also, as you point out, the winter is going to be incredibly harsh in the north, and extend down into the rest of the land as well. There's no reason to believe that Euron won't carry on just causing huge amounts of havoc down on the southwest coast of Westeros. As you say, Dany, she may well have the Dothraki sworn fealty to her, effectively, but they will need feeding. And how they do that is by tearing across the land and sacking and pillaging places. Is she going to be able to stop them doing that? Probably not. And that's before you even think about the others coming from the north and the dragons. The dragons are growing. They're going to have to eat. So by the time all of this is over, yes, the land is going to be absolutely devastated. I hope there will be one or two places who may survive, but for most, it'll be absolutely starting from scratch. So, yeah, Bran will be the king of dust and ashes in a way, but a king nonetheless, assuming he does become king. Let's go to James Horner. Hi, Robert. I'm glad you're feeling better again. What is your assessment of the situation with the Stepstones? For most of their history, they have been overrun by pirates. There have been a few attempts to bring them under control, but for the most part, the free cities in the Seven Kingdoms don't seem that bothered. It doesn't make sense. It's like there being an island between Dover and Calais overrun by pirates, controlling the shipping lanes, and the UK and France just shrugging and going, oh well. Also, have you read Children of Time by Adrian Tchaikovsky? I recently picked it up. It is an amazing read. Well, thank you for the recommendation on that last bit. I have not, but I've had many people tell me that it is excellent. So I will add it to my list. Thank you very much for that. So the Stepstones. It's an interesting example you gave. So the idea of like there being a how on earth can you let an island with pirates go? I would. This is just a fun historical fact. If you know British history, you may well not be aware of the Isle of Lundy, which is in the Bristol Channel, which for 600 years or so, from the 13th century to I think even the 19th century, was basically a pirate island in the Bristol Channel, and it changed hands regularly, um, and they did just stop frigates and boats and things that were going past all the time. It happens sometimes. It's just not worth the bother and effort. There are more important things going on. But beyond that historical sort of slight oddity, I think the important thing about the Stepstones is that we think, particularly, I think of we see them a bit in House of the Dragon. We don't really go there in the story of A Song of Ice and Fire. So I don't think we quite understand. There are thousands of them. This isn't just an island, or even like a dozen or so islands, or something like that. There's thousands of these islands. Some of them are really big. Some of them are just like a rock jutting out of the water. So it's not as if there's one pirate who's controlling most of the time. It's not as if there's like one pirate controlling all of them. It's just a really hard area to control everything. You can move your way across and try and take them island by island, and some people did. That's certainly what happened with when you get Daemon and Corlys. That's what they were trying to do, island by island, trying to get rid of the say pirates at the time. They were privateers, basically on behalf of the Triarchy. But it's very hard to do that, to take every single island, because by the time you've moved through the first few hundred, then you're leaving the unguarded the first ones that you did. So it's tough, and it's not really worth the time and energy and effort. Yes, you need to have a safe passage through there, but you don't capturing all of the islands and keeping them. No, that's a tough old ask. Nikolai Monson, love your content, but the people cry out for more Dune videos. Where do you stand on the canonicity of the books written by the Sun? Thanks. Well, thank you. I'm not planning. I'll be honest. I'm not planning on doing more Dune videos. Certainly in the next few months. For those who are wondering, Lord of the Rings stuff and the Song of Ice and Fire stuff is definitely carrying on. I will do a small flurry of Witcher content around February time, because we've got Sirens of the Deep, the new Netflix animated film, and sometime perhaps around then we will get the English translation of the new Witcher book as well. So to coincide with that, then I will do a little bit of Witcher content. Dune, yeah, I love Dune. I may well do a bit more Dune content at some point, but as I say, I'm not got that plan for the next 6 months or so. Where do I stand on the Brian Herbert, Kevin J. Anderson books, canonicity? I mean, I'm a lot more relaxed about canon, I think, than some other people. Let's put it that way. My For those who don't know what this is, Frank Herbert wrote Dune, and then a bit later he wrote some follow-ups to Dune. I think five in total. But after he died, his son and the author Kevin J. Anderson wrote a whole load more. I think they're up to like 20 something now, um, that go back in time, spread out further wide, see the implications of what happens in the main Dune story, all of that kind of stuff. Um, I'm very happy. I think the word canon is sometimes an unhelpful word because it creates a division between people who think this is canon and that's not canon. I'm quite happy in my language to say those are the books that Frank Herbert wrote. Then we get the stuff that his son wrote, which um, I count as being an expansion of that original world, and then we get the million and one other things around the outside. There's graphic novels, the um, various the films we've got now, the Dune Prophecy TV show, all of that kind of stuff, that I just think adds to the hinterland of the Dune world. I think coming from the Tolkien perspective, I think you can very easily say these are the things that Tolkien wrote. These are the things that Christopher Tolkien uh, edited and wrote from his father's work. It's quite a similar thing. If anyone knows it, then Christopher Tolkien knows it. And then you get the adaptations around the outside. And you don't have to like every adaptation because you've still got the stuff that Tolkien himself did, and then you've got the stuff that Christopher Tolkien did. And I think that's how I would approach Dune, is to say, even if you don't like the stuff around the outside, you've always got the stuff in the middle. Right. Let's. Raven's Oath saying, met Kevin J. Anderson a few times. Nice guy. I'm very happy to share that. I love it when you meet people, and they are as nice as you hope they are. So very happy to share that. And So Nerd Cookies has been reviewing the June HBO show, which I thought was excellent, by the way. If you've not seen that, Kolnitsky saying I read all six books. Was it six books? I lost count. I have to say I did read them all, but I lost count of how many there were. Let's go with Raven's Oath. This is my last Song of Ice and Fire question from my patrons. Feel free to drop more Song of Ice and Fire questions in the chat. Raven's Oath say, I've got more Lord of the Rings questions at the moment, though. Don't worry. Good evening, Robert and Dan the dog. My question this week is concerning the origins of Moat Cailin. Who built it? Was it the seat of the Marsh Kings, pre-Stark conquering of the North? Was it built by a Northern house or crannogman that's extinguished? Who the heck is Cailin? Thank you. We don't know. I wish I had a better answer in terms of who Cailin is. The implication of what we have now is that this seems to the design that we have is about defending the North from the South, not people coming from the North, which strikes me as being therefore that maybe this wasn't a Marsh Kings thing, because the Marsh Kings would have to defend themselves against the Starks from the North. But that's just purely going on how the castle is currently built. The other thing to say is that it is sinking into the ground. It is disappearing into the bog. There's now only 3 towers left that are really workable, and one can assume that for any moment that it wasn't being looked after, it would just carry on doing that. So my take is probably this was the Starks using granite that they got from somewhere, and the name. I mean, I don't know. let's say this was a House Reed person called Cailin. We don't know the names of any of these people. I wish that we had more on this. Moat Cailin is fascinating. We get told, I mean, having said that, I think it must be from the Stark era. We get told that the Children of the Forest used this to be casting the Hammer of the Waters. That's a couple of different places where we're told they do this from. Maybe this is the second Hammer of the Waters from the Children's Tower. Maybe that's just a legend, but my instinct is that this probably, therefore, the current castle may not be the original one. I think probably there was an original the Children of the Forest settlement or something there that over time turned into a castle by men, by humans. Just as a complete aside, when you read the descriptions of where the Children of the Forest live, it says they live or lived in the deep forests, which we think, in hollow hills, which we think, and the Crannogs. And for that to be the case, where on earth are the Crannogs? The Crannogs are in the neck. And the clear implication for me is that that was a very strong area of Children of the Forest activity. So I think originally it was a Children of the Forest thing. Later on, it became a human thing. Anders Graham saying, feels like a consolidation of power move to build the castle there. Would make sense that the Starks built it after taking the entire north from the wall to the neck. Yep, exactly what I would say. Andrew Kay saying the construction doesn't seem to line up with the Starks when he first men construction. Seems a curious structure. It does. This is why my instinct is that there was an older structure and then something new has been built to adapt to a new need, which is to protect against the south. Lots of people thinking about the Carl saying, does moat equals mott, as in Mott and Bailey Castle? That's the idea, the mott and the Bailey. So the mott is the mountain, the hill, classic castle design with sort of a keep on the top, and then the Bailey was the sort of the wide flat area at the bottom. It's possible, or then saying, or is it that the castle is sinking into the moat? We don't know, but that's my instinct there. Right, let's go to questions, some Lord of the Rings questions. Vanadabir Mitra saying, in your recent video about Sauron being alive, yeah, I did one, did Sauron survive the Lord of the Rings? You mentioned that Saruman and Sauron were left as weak spirits floating around, unable to take a bodily form by their power alone. Yeah, so I'll just pause there for one moment. If you didn't watch that video, the intriguing conclusion from what Tolkien writes is that Sauron didn't die, technically, at the end of The Lord of the Rings, because he's a Maiar, and Maiar cannot die. They are spiritually attached to the world. So what actually happened was that, and we read a description of it, actually, if you go into The Lord of the Rings, is that then there's this kind of like, his kind of spirit came up in like a cloud. We see Saruman, that happens the same, and then it got blown away and scattered by this wind from the west, so from the Valar, which means that he's still out there somewhere, just broken, defeated, unable to take physical form. You then say, in your old video about the Blue Wizards, you speculate that they possibly could be around during The New Shadow, which was the sequel to The Lord of the Rings that Tolkien started writing and never got very far into. As Fallen Istari leading cults. It's a bit tinfoil from me, but do we have evidence to suggest that the necromancy magic done by the Witch King to bring about the Barrow Wights, spirits infused in the bones of the princes of Cardolan, could be performed by the Blue Wizards to bring back Sauron and Saruman as wights, maybe in the 4th and 5th age? Well, this is what Tolkien says about the Blue Wizards. The Blue Wizards, there were 5 Istari. Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, and 2 Blue Wizards. The 2 Blue Wizards went off to the east and don't get involved in the main story. And this is what Tolkien writes about them. He says, "What success they had, I do not know, but I fear that they failed, as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways. And I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron." So, your speculation, could they have tried to bring about the return of Sauron or Saruman if their spirits are out there somewhere? Perhaps. Tolkien has a famously soft magic system, but I don't think they would want to. Why would they want to bring back somebody who might potentially be more powerful than them? Certainly Sauron. Why would they want to do that? They weren't worshipping Sauron. Saruman didn't want to worship Sauron. He wanted to rule on his own. He only would follow Sauron if that was the only way to do it. So I don't think, whereas it might be theoretically possible, I don't think that they would want to do it. Lady One Strauss, if Bilbo was Samwise's tutor, why does Sam speak the way he does? Why does he call Frodo, who should be his peer, Mr., Sir, and Master? Is it because Sam has a job while the others are poshies? Is this one of those rigidly stratified society things that I'm just not grasping? I mean, I think the short answer is yes. It's broadly based on a kind of the British class system that Tolkien will have known and been a part of. Are Bilbo and co poshies? Yeah, they are. There's no real way around this. You never hear about Bilbo having a profession. Ditto Frodo and Merry and Pippin. They are members of the landed gentry. They Bag End, incidentally. I mean, we think of it as this cozy, nice, small place. This is one of the most desirable places, certainly in Hobbiton, but in the whole Shire. This was one of the best residences you could possibly have in the Shire. Sam grew up nearby, but at the bottom of the hill, with his father, Gaffer Gamgee. Gaffer Gamgee was the gardener to Bilbo. That's what he was. He did the odd jobs around the garden. He got a bit too old, and Ben basically said, "My son can take over." Bilbo said, "That's fine." And he wasn't his tutor, but he told stories. He loved telling stories to Bilbo. Told stories to Sam, but Sam worked for him. That's the dynamic that was going on there. So Sam. He didn't do all of the kind of like Frodo seems to have a lot of time to be sort of learning and writing and reading and things like that. Sam knows stories and songs and things like that. So they are from a different social class. Yes, they grew up close to each other, but they are within this kind of societal structure that Tolkien would have recognized from Britain at the time, to an extent Britain now, but particularly Britain at the time. Which isn't to say that he viewed Sam as lesser or any way. In fact, in many ways, he seems to see Sam as being better, and the more working class people as worthier of greater praise and things like that. And it's probably worth saying. So when he calls him Mr. and Sir and things like that, Sam to Frodo, that does not. Their relationship is a complex one. He is his servant, but at the same time, they can be friends within that, it creates for a slightly odd dynamic that if you're not brought up within that class system, then you perhaps might not get. But that's the way that it works. Justin saying, "Greetings, Robert. New Patreon member, long-time listener. Well, welcome." My question is, would you ever consider doing a series of videos focused on the microgeography of Middle-earth? I would love a breakdown of the key areas like the Shire, its important rivers, topography, those who had lived there over the ages, and its significance to its surroundings. We all have a macro knowledge of the wider Middle-earth, but it would be so interesting to know something so specific as the different Hobbit clans who inhabit the Farthings and where they're located. Um, well, yes. Is the short answer. I mean, I have a half written. I've got lots of half written videos. I've got a half written video, sort of on that same subject that um, I couldn't quite work out a sort of a title or how to frame it. I started it out was how big is the Shire, because I get asked that question a lot. But then it sort of like branched out into a sort of description of the Shire. And I wasn't quite sure what to do with the video. But yeah, at some point I will pick that back up again. I will come up with some intriguing title, I hope, and I will put that one out. And if people like that, then yeah, absolutely, I can do something similar for other parts of Middle Earth. Let's go to a question from Commander Ray. I've started listening to the Andy Serkis audiobooks of The Lord of the Rings and have been greatly enjoying it. And it's helped me to focus on the early chapters more than ever. And one question I kept wondering is, if Sauron knew where his ring was, roughly thanks to not having a clue what a Baggins, Hobbit, or a Shire is, but he eventually got his Nazgul there and very close to claiming the ring, why didn't he also travel in secret with the Nine? I know he can't take fair form, but couldn't he have done something to travel in secret as the Nine did? Yes. He could have done. He did have a physical form. For those wondering, in the films, then it's very much the eye. They focused in on that, understandable reasons. That is Sauron, as they've used this kind of disembodied eye. He did have a physical form at the time. Gollum sees it, incidentally, when he's being tortured in Mordor, and he's only got 4 fingers on one hand. Could he have? Well, yeah, it sort of goes against what seems to have been his plan, which is to sort of stay in home base and send his people out. He trusted the Nazgul completely, so there wasn't an issue. They didn't feel the need. He wouldn't be able to add huge amounts to that. So that's like probably the main point. The second one is that they could travel in secret a lot more easily than he could because they were invisible. We see all the robes and the armor and stuff like that. When they first go out, they're invisible. So it's only later that they get the robes and things like that. So they went out really secret to start with. And then thirdly, when they discover where the Shire is, it's not too far from Orthanc. So they could, at that point, have slunk back to Mordor, said, "Oh, hi, Sauron, do you want to come along? We're there, but we had to come all the way back here first." No, he would have said, "You go, you get the ring." If they had gone back to Mordor before heading back to the Shire, then they would have lost so much time, and Frodo would have managed to get out nice and safely and made his way to Rivendell, and it wouldn't have been a problem. So Sauron will have been very aware of the timing issues here, and he will have seen that speed was of the essence. Reflective Rambling saying, hopping off with this question, had Beleriand on brain a lot. Do you have a favourite region or a kingdom in Middle Earth? Do I have a favourite region? It's an interesting one. I mean, I don't know if I do. I've always found Gondor fascinating. I have to say, because it's got these echoes, very faint echoes of its Numenorian past. There's when you get Dol Amroth, you get this kind of echoes of elvish past, and you get this it's tragic figure. Effectively, you treat it as a figure of like them. Their role was to be there, keeping an eye on Mordor and protecting the world from Mordor, but they've been having to sort of step back and step back and step back, and so yeah, it's I find that. And I think Tolkien does this deliberately. This kind of the echoes, it's kind of echoes of ancient Rome. This like just a few bits here remaining of what was once great. That's the kind of feel that I get this, and I love that. A lot of the area door, the sort of the northwest of the map, is very empty, and then you're just getting into places. Moria, Khazad-dûm, I find fascinating. Martin S. What's the culture of the Haradrim like? Martial, were the wars between clans while not fighting Gondor? Um, uh, well, Tolkien doesn't give us huge amounts. It has to be said. So we get Harad, we get Near and Far Harad. They are the culture. It is again. It comes. There's a lot of Black Numenorian there, so that you get echoes of that's going on, and also splinters from Gondor, but they're also under the vassals of Mordor. So there may well have been some infighting, but Sauron wouldn't have wanted it to get out of hand. We don't, in terms of actual culture beyond that, we don't get huge amounts, it has to be said. Lord Medici saying hi, just asking if you got my Patreon question. I have, yeah, we'll get onto that in a moment. It was just in answer to what you said over on Patreon. Yeah, I'll try and read out as much of it as I can. I do, as you know, I try not to have too long questions from patrons, so that we get a chance to actually have the response rather than just the question. But I will. You asked nicely. I will read out quite a bit on that one. Let's go to a question from Martin S. saying, "Hello, Robert. Just wanted some clarity about what happens in the Return of the King. During the Battle of the Pelenor Fields, do the Valar grant Aragorn and his captured fleet of Umbar ships favourable winds to get to Minas Tirith in time? Do these winds blow the smoke from Mount Doom away?" So, for those who don't remember the details of this, so Aragorn goes through the paths of the dead. He gets the army of the dead. In the films, they go all the way up into the battle of the Pelennor Fields. In the books, they don't. They just get to Pelagia. They're just the port area. Get rid of the Corsairs of Umbar. They're all scared and run away. That releases he can then claim their ships, and that releases the Gondorian forces on the coast, who can then get into the ships and head up and become a relief force in the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. We read a couple of different times that we get that he was, or they were, born upon a wind from the sea, and then a great wind was blowing. Is this from the Valar? I think the implication is yes. This was from the Valar getting him there on time. Did this help blow away the dark clouds from Mordor? If you remember, there was a day where just before Sauron's forces went out, smoke came out from Mordor. You get this darkness over the entire land, and yes, the winds will have helped blow that away. So this was. We often say that the Valar take a backseat. This was one of those occasions where you think, okay, maybe this was slightly more direct intervention. And let's go to Rings of Power. I've got some Rings of Power questions. Hrana Mitra saying, could the Dark Wizard be the Witch King? The History of Middle-earth series talks about an alternative backstory for the Witch King narrated by Gandalf, wherein this Witch King was a fallen Istari stationed in Numenor. I'm not saying that Kieran Hines' character will go to Numenor, but essentially a fallen Istari can potentially hold a Ring of Power and become Sauron's second in command. Gandalf holds an Elven Ring, and the 7 Dwarven Rings were originally meant for elves. What do you think? Well, in terms of who the Dark Wizard is, the showrunners said this. I'll say something on the record. Given the history of Middle-earth, it would be highly, highly, highly improbable that this could be Saruman. So we should probably take with a pinch of salt their desire to stick closely to what is probable or likely within the Tolkien legendarium, but I think that despite the fact that this character was very much presented as Saruman, including Saruman's way of talking, old friend, and his method of using magic and fighting and things like that, they're saying that this isn't Saruman. The implication, could this be a blue wizard? Perhaps. So in the Rings of Power, it was very clear that this was Amaya from Valinor. He knew Gandalf from back there. What he's doing there, we don't know. Could he become the Witch King? Yes, in the History of Middle-earth. History of Middle-earth, for those who do not know, this is a 12-part book series edited by Christopher Tolkien, pulling together lots of different notes from what his father did. So you can see the development of the Lord of the Rings, different versions of things, ideas that he had afterwards, stuff like that. So this was a rejected idea by Tolkien. This was humans, the idea very much that these were given to 9 humans. I think thematically that works a lot better, personally. That he gives them to humans because humans want to have this long life. They want to have power, and that is what ultimately sucks them in. So that's is it theoretically possible? Yeah, I think it could be theoretically possible. Do I think that works within Tolkien? No, and I think Tolkien rejected it. I think it's a different issue in terms of the Gandalf having one of the Elven Rings. He was given that. Its power is not because you're an elf you get this power. This is a power of preservation and fire and things like that Gandalf has, and encouragement. So it's just a natural gift for him to have. The 7 dwarf rings were initially made for for elves, and then Sauron gave them to dwarves because he wanted to control the dwarves. The 9 he gave to humans because he wanted to control humans. So that's how that goes. Ninja Robbo saying, hi Robert, hope you're doing well. As the cold nights continue, how about some nice warming Rings of Power tinfoil? I submit that the Balrog in Rings of Power is not Durin's Bane. This explains why it is there and active thousands of years before Durin's Bane should be. I propose that old King Durin killed this Balrog Gandalf style by jumping axe first at it, explaining this otherwise weird suicide move. This is why the dwarves aren't worried about the Balrog on the other side of the wall, as Durin the Younger is confident that his dad took it out. Yeah, I mean, I love the confidence in Daddy Durin. I think a dwarf, particularly a dwarf, he'd taken off his Ring of Power. You're trying to take on a powerful Balrog on his own. There's only one outcome there for me. And you're right. It didn't make any sense to me that after that scene, when they just had this, we should send our army out to go and help Elrond whenever he wants it. Oh, you can't, we've got troubles here at home. They didn't even once mention the Balrog. That made no sense to me. If they explain that they're convinced that the Balrog is dead, I guess that's a reason. But from where it was, there was some kind of rockfall which prevented them seeing what was going on. So I don't think so, and it feels like we're trying to do tie to make that work with Tolkien's Legendarium, and I think a decision was made by the showrunners. They're not going with Tolkien's Legendarium here. They like having the Balrog there. They had it kill Durin. Basically, in order for this to work, you have to then say, okay, so there were two Balrogs hiding underneath the Khazad-dûm, and they both killed a King Durin. Except it was only the second one that became known as Durin's Bane. So for me, no, I think this is they also, I think they will run out of plot for the dwarves, because the dwarves from this moment, there are a couple of things they do, but at this point in the Legendarium, the dwarves lock Moria, they lock Khazad-dûm, and they're not really engaging with the outside world anymore. So my guess is that they're just they'll have some internal dwarfy stuff going on, but they will bring the Balrog back as Durin's Bane, that then pushes the dwarves out of Khazad-dûm at the end of season 5 or whatever it is, and they'll just try and do a time squash in the Third Age in as much as they have in the Second Age, is my guess. Let's go to Lord Medici. This is the last question, so it's quite a long one. It has always seemed weird to me, says Lord Medici, how the myth of Azor Ahai focuses so much on the forging of a sword, but has almost no reference to actually facing the others, which is something that is intriguing to me too. Of course, legends should not be taken literally, but I'd argue that that any truths about a past event make it into a legend. It will be the big checkpoints rather than the details. So, I want to propose this. What if the forging of the sword, while distorted by millennia of oral tradition, translations, etc., actually describes 3 rounds of fighting within the long night? Azor Ahai first plunges his sword in water. I want to propose that this plunging in water actually means investing in water or relying on water. How? I have something similar to the Hammer of the Waters in mind. We have strong hints that the others cannot cross through water, so perhaps the initial plan was splitting Far East Essos from far north Westeros. The north coast of Essos have some suggestive evidence of something like this having happened. We have the Thousand Islands, and whose inhabitants, as per the World Book, are so afraid of the sea that they'd rather die than go into it. In the same region, we have the Woodwalkers, which sound a lot like Children of the Forest, could have provided the magic to cast this spell. Regardless of what happened, the spell failed, and Essos remained connected to Westeros, and the others were not stopped. So Azor Ahai moved to Plan B, which had been recorded in the legend as plunging the sword into the lion. I want to suggest that this meant directly facing the others in battle, where these are represented by the lion. The symbolic representation of the others as a lion is underpinned by the long night being described as a punishment on humanity brought upon by the Lion of the Night. This more controversial approach worked, and the others were defeated. However, the threats to humanity were not over. After having stopped the threat from ice, Azor Ahai had to face the threat from fire, which came from his wife, Nissa Nissa. Thus, similar to Jon killing Daenerys in the show, Azor Ahai had to plunge the sword into Nissa Nissa and rid her at once of both her life and her fire. Only then was the metaphorical forging of the sword complete, i.e. only then was the war over. This explains why the legend of Azor Ahai has no details about the fight for the dawn. The forging of the sword is the fight for the dawn, represented in 3 stages. What do you think? Okay, so that's a question I will happily throw out to the chat. Should we take, therefore, and by the way, Lord Medici, I think it's a really interesting theory. Do we take that legend of Azor Ahai as symbolic of 3 sections of the fight for the dawn? I mean, there are a few things here that I definitely agree with. The first one, yes, it is curious and noteworthy that the legend of Azor Ahai that we have is not about actually fighting the others. It's just about forging a sword. That is interesting. Um, Secondly, I agree 100%. We shouldn't take this as literal truth. George R. R. Martin tells us this very often. This legends should be treated as um, things where there might be some elements of truth in there, but also there might be some um, figurative things. There might be some embellishments. We shouldn't take it as literally true. And third, this idea that this is in some way this story was retained because it imparts some truths that it's important for future generations to understand about the long night and the fight against the others. So those things I definitely will definitely agree on. Um, the My own personal take, which I kind of set out in the kind of one of the recent videos I've done about Winterfell crypts and things like that, is it's noticeable to me we've got three broad stories that we can take. There are ones from sort of further on in Essos that we have less details about. The ones we have the most detail about, we get the last hero who everything was going bad, the others were taking over, and he sets out with some companions to go and find the children of the forest. And he eventually, after lots of tragedy and death and things like that, he eventually finds the children of the forest, and they impart a secret to him that helps win the day. There's probably more to that story, but that's when Old Man finishes telling it. So we get that bit. Then we get the Azor Ahai myth, which is about the forging of a sword. And then we get the third one, which is the Battle for the Dawn itself, where we get the first of the Night's Watch who go into battle with Dragonsteel and fight the others and win. So we have the last hero who loses his sword because it breaks in the cold, gets some secret from the children of the forest, a story about how to forge a sword, and then soldiers with new swords who go and fight the others. For me, the plain text reading of that at a very high level is that the children of the forest imparted a secret how to forge a sword which would damage the others. That is the high level thing that we've got linking all of those things together. And we call it Dragonsteel. Certainly at a very high level, the Azor Ahai myth seems to get a lot of the elements that we get or we think we have in the forging of Valyrian steel. We have blood sacrifices, we have fires. It was done in the fires, in temple fires, and spells with the temple idea going on, and a long period of time. So all of that seems like the creation of Valyrian steel. And then we have people going off with their Valyrian steels and fighting the others. So I'm going with the very simplistic reading. I'm very happy with other readings, the more symbolic ones. The Lord Medici one here I thought fascinating, really interesting. For the moment, I'm going with the simplistic reading, that this is the story of how the children of the forest told humans the secret to how to make Valyrian steel, which helped in the fight against the others. Reed Smith saying, "Hey, Robert, just wanted to thank you for getting me through some tough times." Oh, you're very welcome. That means a lot to me. I was wondering if you've read the Kingkiller Chronicles and your thoughts on them. If so, much love to mods as well. No, I haven't. It's a big gap for me, I have to say. Brandon Sanderson. I have read some Brandon Sanderson. It's never. I mean, I think I'm not entirely sure how to admit this, but it never quite clicked with me, Brandon Sanderson. Maybe I've just read the wrong things. I don't know, but everyone I know whose opinion in fantasy I value tells me that Brandon Sanderson is excellent. So I will happily hold that high opinion of him. I have not read the Kingkiller Chronicles, though. But thank you very much. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. Andrew K saying seems like regional interpretations of the same mythos or events. Yeah, I would agree with that. Northern Tommy talk about metaphor taken as literal over time. And people talk about Hugh Laurie for reasons I'm not entirely sure. Hugh Laurie is excellent. Wingless Balrogs agree. Fantastic. Okay, let's go to. Is Kingkiller Rothfuss? Patrick Rothfuss. You know what? I've just made a complete fool of myself. I was thinking of it's the Stormlight Archive, isn't it? Kingkiller Patrick Rothfuss. Yes, I have. I've read the first two, but such a long time ago, and they were. Excellent, Kavotha. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I feel quite embarrassed now. Yes, Kingkiller Chronicle, the Patrick Rothfuss stories. They're very good, very very good. But he writes even slower than George R. Martin. Right. Okay. Let's go to. I think that's it, actually. I think I've caught up on all of the chat. In which case, just to remind you that next time I will do a pre-recorded live stream just to see how this goes. I think it worked quite well, and I will launch this as a what are they called? Premiere. Which means the chat will be here. So this is going to go live at the same time I normally go live, and I'm going to pre-record. I will ask my patrons for some tinfoil theories. We'll do tinfoil theories in A Song of Ice and Fire, and then I will respond to them. And so I will do it as the same way I would do a normal live stream, and then we'll put that one up, and we'll see how that one goes. So that's what's happening next week. In the meantime, I've got a couple of Valyrian Steel related videos coming out in the world, in sort of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Can't remember what I've got coming out over on Lord of the Rings. Who knows? But I've got another introduction to a video as well coming out on Wednesday, something to look forward to, a little bit more random. I do random stuff on those introduction to videos. But if you are... some thank yous. Patrons first, thank you. Hugely appreciate all of your support. Moderators, it's been a slightly longer one, this one. Hugely appreciate you. You are amazing. Thank you so much. And if you are watching this back a little bit later on YouTube, appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to other live streams that I've done. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page, which is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. That is all for this time. Take care, everyone, and I will see you next week.